All day. Ladies, this is Mayor Drosky. Nice to meet you. Welcome. So you can say hi. Say hello. Thank Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the October 7, 2025 regular city commission for the city of Deerfield Beach. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please? And we have a stand-in tonight.
Commissioner Hudak,
Here.
Commissioner Plow,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Here.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Here.
Mayor Drosky.
Here. If everybody could please stand for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Vice Mayor, do you mind leading us tonight?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have the approval of the city commission meeting minutes for September 8th, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Second. Motion approved by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Commissioner Plout. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have acknowledgement of the city board minutes for the African American Heritage Board of July 10, 2025 and July 17, 2025. The code compliance from August 12, 2025 and August 26, 2025. The Community Appearance Board, August 13, 2025. The Hillsborough Inlet District, August 18, 2025, and the Charter Review Board, August 21, 2025.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion approved by Commissioner Plout, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Next, we have approval of tonight's agenda for October 7, 2025.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Madam Clerk.
For those attending via Zoom online wishing to speak under public comment or on an item that's open for public input, please click raise hand at the bottom under the reactions tab, and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. For those attending via Zoom by telephone, please press *9 to raise your hand, and your audio will be unmuted when you are recognized by Mayor Drosky. Please make sure your audio is unmuted on your end by pressing *6. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 1 tonight is introduction of ICMA fellows. We have a real special treat for us tonight. Mr. Gressick, are you doing the introduction for us to introduce the fellows that we have with us?
Yes, good evening. Chad Gressick, Director of Municipal Services. It is my pleasure to introduce the fellows that we're hosting through the International City County Manager Association and the Young Southeast Asian Leadership Initiative. It's a mouthful. So we have Amanat from Thailand and Marina from Cambodia. And they've been with us for about a week now already, believe it or not, and been working very closely with staff on sustainability initiatives as well as emergency management. And I do want to take the opportunity to thank staff who's been great in helping to put together the schedules and the activities for the fellows to make sure that their visit is meaningful. And in particular, I would certainly like to recognize Mrs. Hillary Silverstone and our very own George Sullivan, who's here tonight. Without them, certainly helps with logistics and everything else, so I appreciate that. So at this time, the fellows are going to come up and do a introduction of themselves and provide a brief presentation on their background as well as their home countries. And then at the next commission meeting, they're going to do a presentation on their trip. So what the project they were working on, as well as some of the things that they enjoyed and anything else that they'd like to share. So with that, it looks like this is Marina's presentation. So after you.
Thank you so much, Chad.
Welcome.
First of all, good evening, Honorable Mayor and member of the City Commission, college staff, and everyone here. So, my name is Ponjut Marina. I am from Cambodia. So before I start, maybe let me briefly introduce about myself, my experience. So I have like 6 years of working experience with nonprofit organization in my country, Cambodia. I work with Habitat for Humanity International in Cambodia, Humanity and Inclusion, and another humanitarian aid, for example, like UNDP, mainly focus on shelter, urban development, disaster preparedness, climate change, inclusive employment, and also part of rehabilitation. So this is just my experience, and I will go briefly to let us know why we are here, and also the program, and also briefly about Cambodia as well. Sorry. Okay. So who we are and why we are here. So we are part of the international program that the name, the Young South Asia Leader Initiative Professional Fellow Program, or we can call wisely PSP, that fully funded by the U.S. Department of State. The program have different four themes: civil engagement, innovation, entrepreneurship, economic empowerment, society, government, and sustainability, and environment is overseen. So we are on the sustainability and environment. And you all may understand that this program have a very solid objective and goal. The first is to promote the common understanding, build the sustainability partnership between U.S. and 12 ASEAN countries, including Timor-Leste. Timor-Leste will become become over a member soon, maybe this October. I'm waiting for the result as well. And also provide the opportunity to collaborate, share approach, strategic to develop the solution across US and also in ASEAN country in order to come together to unlock one challenge and one solution together through a young professional from ASEAN country, and also to strengthen the community and promote American values through improve the economic, political diplomacy across ASEAN country as a one a nation, and also to be a global network. Since you may see we come together as like all ASEAN countries to come together, and each of us are placed in different stage in US. So we have a opportunity to connect, to connect, to share about our interest, professional experience together to unlock the solution and challenge in our nation. And this is the objective, and you may see this is all of us under the sustainability and environment. We are placed in some stage in US and in Florida. Each of us placed in 4 different areas. You can see Sarasota, we have 2 people in Sarasota, 2 people in Spring City, two fellow in the city of Deerfield, and 2 fellow in the city of Fort Lauderdale. So we like, you know, placed in different states, so we learn different culture, we learn different skill from each of county, private sector, non-profit across US to bring all the knowledge back to our own country. And that's all about the program. So let me go quickly about my own country. So I am from Cambodia. So just briefly like introduce about my country. My country is like, you know, a small country that consists of 24 province, with Phnom Penh is our capital city. And my country have only 2 seasons. The main season, rainy season from May to October, and the dry season from November to April. And we also have like the major river across that. Like people are rely on the water resource from Mekong River across all Mekong region that have Cambodia, Thailand, Myanmar, and Laos. And also Cambodia also have the Tonle Sap Lake that is the river source of river that support generate the income for people who are living along the river. And Cambodia, we are using 2 currency, Khmer Riel, one of the main currency, but we also use US dollar in Cambodia as well. And in Cambodia, 97% are Buddhist. Our religion is Buddhist, and we spoke Khmer, Cambodian language, and also English as well. Yeah, here is our currency. You may see 10,000 real. Below, above is our king, current king, and below is our former king Norodom Sihanouk. This is our Khmer Riel, our currency that we are using. And Cambodia, like I mentioned earlier, we are a small country. We have only 17.3 million people across the country, and we divide by gender, 49.1% male and 50.9% female. And the thing that surprising me, and you know, is a good thing as well for the development, that we have youth under age 30 make up 65% of the people in Cambodia. So it's one of the thing that would be have to develop our country, as well as youth take initiative and also more active as well. And then in Cambodia, we also face the extreme weather, for example, like flood and drought, because we have only 2 seasons that happening. And normally we face flood is one of the extreme weather that always happen in my country. So that when I come here, I learn a lot about GIS map and on how the city control the flood, and also the disaster preparedness as well. Yeah, so just briefly highlight a bit about history. So Cambodia used to under the control of France for 90 years. And this is the picture of our king, the former, we call him a king, our father, King Norodom Sihanouk. He the one who proclaimed the independence from French colonial in 1953. We are mark this day, 9 November, as our Independence Day. And you can see here on the picture is our independent monument that we every year we come together to celebrate independent over freedom and from the colonial from France. So this is just highlight a little bit. And also after that, Cambodia also fell trapped into a lot of civil war. That I can say one of the civil war that killed a lot of Cambodian people during 1975 and 1979. We consider it as genocide, crime against humanity that killed almost 3 million people, and Cambodia just like fell into I can say a disaster, because it's very painful and we cannot forget about this moment. And Cambodia became the country that contaminated a lot of landmine, cluster munition, and other unexploded weapons. But right now we almost, clear all the land for mainly for agricultural purpose. Yep. Now I just move to another thing, since we already come to we have freedom, we have peace. Right now we are ongoing for the development. Cambodian people is very patient and resilient, because we went through a lot of civil war, and then we learned that empathy and humanity and also very important for us. So just a bit of Cambodian food. So Cambodian, we are a country that we cook a lot of fresh herb, and we are not favor spice. So our food is a bit like more, I can say, like authentic and different. You can see on the picture we have fish amok. It a fish like a curry with coconut, and also beef lok la and nong man chok, and kapot pepper is one of the well-known food in Cambodia. And yep. So in Cambodia there are a lot of places that when tourists come to visit. People always we ask about Cambodia, they only they know because of the UNESCO World Heritage site, Angkor Wat Temple. But actually Cambodia have a lot of things to explore, rich culture, history, and people are very nice, kind, patient, resilient. So you can see a lot of places that you can visit in Cambodia, like island, mountain, and also over Royal Palace also freely open, welcome for tourists to visit as well. And additionally, you can see on the picture here, we have the island, and also during an island, and in our coastal area, and in Siem Reap province, one of the province that have like 200 temple, more than Angkor Wat, but we have a lot of beautiful temple that you can come to see and visit. And then you will, and another side, we also have the Cambodia dolphin. I can say Cambodia dolphin, they are so smart. They are live in their own habitat in the conservation area, and they always come to see the people, welcome people. When people are going, they always come and like so smart, they just come and welcome us. And then here is a floating village in Siem Reap as well. So people are living under the river in the floating village. They are, depending on fishing. They are depending on tourists, and it's very unique because how people are living is very different from over us are living on the land, because in here we have hospital, we have pagoda, we have a school, we have the center, we have the public service along the river that people are using every day. And another side, there are a place that near to Laos, we have like a Mekong area that people can go kayaking, connect to nature, and understand more about Cambodian culture. That's all of my presentation, and I would like to thank you so much for your listening, and I hope you all can have a chance to visit Cambodia, and we welcome you to come to experience the culture and connect in professional or international way. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. For those wondering, yes, there is a quiz at the end.
Sawadee. Good evening, everyone. My name is Amonat Noijin. I was born and raised in Thailand. And why is how we say hello and show respect in our country. And I'm here with me with the flower garland. It's a signature to show respect and welcome the guests. So right now, I'm going to take you to the tour toward my beautiful country, Thailand. Thailand is a peninsula in Southeast Asia, and just like our neighbor, we also have our national language, which is Thai language. As you can see, we have different alphabets and consonants, and also our own numbers. When we talk about Thailand, you probably think about Thai food and also Muay Thai, or our traditional dresses, just like the one I'm wearing today, which is the more modernized version. So as you can see in the photo on the top, and lady at the top, she is the Queen Dowager of Thailand. And the one with a lot of traditional dresses is one of the Thai princesses. So in Thailand, we have the monarchy, but we are democratic. We have prime minister. And you could see that there's some modernized or some laces with puff sleeve version of it, that the way to try to modernize country and try to avoiding the colonized. Next one, please. Okay. In Thailand, there's a lot of things to experience. You could visit beaches, mountains, you could see temples, or you could see the famous Lantern Festival or traditional Thai dances. And when talking about Thai food, you might have tried pad Thai or green curry. In Thailand, normally we eat rice and then we share food together within the family. And the signature of Thai food is that it is flavorful, but we try to balance the flavor. So in one plate, it will not be just spicy or sour, but it will be a mix of sweet, spicy, and sour together, depending on the dish. And depending on the region of Thailand too, we have elephant as our national animal that we try to preserve. In Thailand, you could experience different kind of lifestyle and places from the rural area until the city of Bangkok. I show some of the Thai people. So we have Opal Suchata, which is this year Miss Universe. And we also have Lisa Blackpink. She is Thai, but she is a K-pop singer, and she sang for the opening of Oscars this year and the Victoria's Secret show last year. When talking about Thailand or what is Thai value, I think about three things. First, respect and acceptance. Second, namjai or generous heart. And third, sanuk or enjoying life. When talking about respect, so Thailand is quite a diverse country. We have a lot of people immigrated to Thailand, and so we have mixed blood people as well. For me personally, I'm a mix of three. And it's also because the culture of respect and acceptance, and we also recognize the same-sex marriage in Thailand, and it's a country that would accept your religion and culture. We may or may not understand it, but we would be respectful toward it. And that is why it was voted by the expat to be the 4th best place to live in the world this year, because of the affordable living, welcoming culture, and in Thailand, you can also have your own people, just like in the photo, the last one is the event by the Embassy of Mexico. So even if you come from the other side of the world, you could find your own people in Thailand, or you can be friends with the locals as well. The next one is Namjai or generous heart. If you go to 7-Eleven in Thailand, you might be surprised to see a lot of dogs standing in the front, and they are quite fat. So we believe in the making marriage culture. And if you search on social media with Thai kindness, you might see how expats talk about what they surprise about Thailand. For example, one of the things is that it's quite a safe country. People would be surprised how you can sometimes leave your phone, your laptop in public, coming back 1 or 2 hours, and it's still there. Although I wouldn't recommend it. And when talking about Thai lifestyle, we like to enjoy life. And the culture of acceptance also allow this as well. For example, these are the events that happening in Bangkok. So that's something that you might be familiar with it, with Harry Potter, Wednesday by Netflix, or Studio Ghibli. And to give another example, in Thailand, we don't celebrate just one New Year, but we celebrate 3 New Year. The International New Year that you do, Thai New Year, which is Songkran in April, and also Chinese New Year could be in January or February. And when you talk about Thai clock, is that we love to eat. So we can eat all the time. Food is very accessible. In Thailand, I never have to cook. Not at all. And if you get hungry at any time, you can just go to 7-Eleven. There are always food available. And sometimes instead of, how are you doing? We say, have you eaten something yet? We also have the saying that whoever that come to visit our house, we would welcome them and feed them. And right now, just a little bit about myself and why Florida is so special. So my background is in science. I went to specialized science high school. So I didn't know much about languages or the rest of the world. However, what changed my life is the Disney International College program right there in Orlando. And that's why it inspired me to self-practice English. And I got to work with Disney for 3 contracts, the last one being the cultural representative representing Thailand for 1 year. So I'm so happy to get to be back here today. And it also where I got to speak Spanish. So if you like, you could come up to me and we can have a conversation in Spanish as well. Or if you like, you could also come up to me and I can also write your name in Thai. Before sustainability, I studied psychology. So after Disney, I worked mostly in the international school, and I also volunteered with UNICEF Thailand on adolescent mental health. Afterwards, I got a full scholarship to study 2 master degrees, one in Costa Rica, another one in the Philippines. And that also gave me the chance to join this program. So in Costa Rica, we got to learn a lot about sustainability in practice. We got to learn from the classroom and outside of classroom. My university is the University for Peace, and they also, besides learning in classroom, we got to visit a lot of on-site activities. I cannot change to the next slide. Okay, here. And another degree that I study is the social development in the Philippines. So I could see the 2 sides of the world, and that helped me a lot when I transited to my career in sustainability. I work mostly in sustainable finance, climate finance, and in outreach and partnership. Right now, I'm currently working with ZSL, or the Zoological Society of London. So when we talk about ZSL, it's a science-led international conservation organization. It will be 200 years next year. And just like what it sounds like, it focuses on animal and habitat conservation, for example, the London Zoo. So the project depends on the country, right? In Thailand, the project focuses on combating illegal wildlife trade, agroforestry for human-elephant coexistence, because in Thailand, we have sugarcane farm and Elephants love that. And last but not least, my own project, which is financing a nature positive and socially inclusive climate transition for Thailand. So beside the work in the field, for this project, it focused on trying to influence the policy because we know that all of the aspect of they are all important. And when we talk about influencing the policy, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to build the capacity by providing workshops and training. We're trying to do the policy recommendation on Thailand taxonomy or the classification of the economic, if it's environmentally sustainable or not. And we're trying to do the piloting model bonds. And since Thailand is going to be focused on agriculture and coastal conservation. And of course, we're trying to disseminate the knowledge product as well. And that's why our stakeholder would be the regulator, which are Securities and Exchange Commissions and Bank of Thailand, also financial sector and CSO. We have our project partner, which is a research organization on sustainability. I'm pretty new in the term of sustainability, so I'm so grateful to get to be here and to learn a lot. And the office really went above and beyond to provide experience and knowledge for us. We got to get a lot of involvement in different departments, and also we got to learn from you a lot and get involved with the community project too, which I'm very grateful for this. And it's just a little bit of the personal takes. Okay, I'm excited that in 2 days, my second translated book in psychology will be released at the National Book Fair. So I still keep the psychology knowledge in me. This is what I'm looking forward to or already experienced right here in Deerfield Beach, or your wonderful sustainability program, the beaches that the background is the one I took earlier last week. And afterwards, I'm going to enjoy the Buffalo Wild Wings. So thank you for coming on the tour with me to the land of Smile or Thailand. I'm so grateful to get to be here, to get to know you, to come back to Florida, and looking forward to learn so much more. And I have the last question. Have you eaten something yet? สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you very much for those presentations. We welcome you both to Deerfield Beach. Welcome back to Florida. You were at Disney before. Deerfield is the happiest place on earth, not Disney, but welcome back. Do you need, Mr. Gresick, anything to close us out? Okay. All right. No pressure, ladies, but thank you very much. Yes. Picture? Sure. Okay. You want the entire commission, Mr. Gresick?
It's the mayoral thing. On a tie clock. Working on it.
We're up to item number 2, certificate of recognition to the Cookvie Stickball Group or CVE Stickball Group. Commissioner Shinetsky?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for coming. Now, this presentation is for the Century Village East Stickball Group. And why I spotlighted them It's not that they play stickball, which is great. They've been doing it since 2018 in Century Village. They play about 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Saturdays. The reason why I'm bringing them here and the reason why I'm spotlighting these gentlemen is because, and I'm one of the players, so I got to know these gentlemen. These gentlemen are the best of what Deerfield Beach has to offer. These gentlemen come from cities, New York, Massachusetts. We got a Red Sox fan, North Carolina. They come from all over the country, but they're spending their years here in Deerfield Beach and Century Village. This is the best of what Deerfield Beach has to offer. I really believe that. They're goodwill ambassadors for Deerfield Beach. They're always interested in their community. They're caring. They want to know what's happening in the city. A lot of these gentlemen are leaders in their associations. Each one of them is a leader. And in the game of stickball, it shows competition, but friendly competition, teamwork, endurance, and fellowship. So again, I'm going to say to these gentlemen, this is what the best of what Deerfield Beach has to offer. And we're honored that you're integral part of our community. And I just want to honor you and say thank you very much on behalf of the city.
Good, Commissioner. I do see at least one.
Who thought this?
Yes.
Okay, we're up to item number 3, presentation regarding proposed Deer Run drainage improvements. Mr. City Manager, who's giving the presentation?
That'll be Deputy City Manager Eric Power.
Mr. Power, come on down.
Everybody move up front now.
The city will be accepting donations for batteries going forward.
All right. Good evening, Eric Power. Which hat am I wearing tonight? Deputy City Manager. Interim Environmental Services Director tonight. As actually everyone here at the dais is aware, and I appreciate you all in all your attendance, we are doing a new project, a new drainage improvement project in the Deer Run area of Deerfield Beach, and we had a public meeting. Unfortunately, we only had one resident attend the meeting. So because of that, we have taken some additional action to try and let residents know and the city know about the project. And we wanted to do this presentation at City Commission tonight, so it'd be available for everyone to see. If you go to the next slide. This is a simplified version of the presentation. Samantha, sorry, next slide. Okay, great. All right, so as you can see before you, these are images that have been taken over the past year. They're flooding issues that occur within the Deer Run area. Next slide. This is the area that was part of the entire scope. So some of the members here may remember, but this item did go before you as a project about 1.5 years ago with a price tag of about $5.7 million for an entire project for Deer Run. One of the first things that I did when I became the interim director is I put a freeze on all stormwater projects for review. I did not want to have another A Street project. I did not want to have miscommunication. I wanted to know fully what we were planning on doing. You can go to the next slide. What is before you now is actually what we're terming phase 1 of the project. So instead of the entirety of what you saw just a moment ago, this is really more of the area that will be improved. It's a reduction of almost $2.5 million from the initial request. And we think that this will actually solve all the problems in the Deer Run area, but we want to call it phase 1. And so we do the work and when we'll reevaluate it and then determine if additional work needs to occur at a later date. Next slide. So what are those improvements? Essentially, most of it is going to be new drainage pipe that we built inside the swales. Next slide. So that just a typical detail of what happens in a grass swale. Water goes to the swale. Below that is pipes, and those pipes take the water outside of the area. Next slide. And then you'll see we have things, these drainage structures. There'll be 50 new drainage structures installed in the area. Next slide. The biggest improvement that I want to point out is actually not even part of Deer Run. It's across the street. So if you look right across the street, a Power Line Road is Quiet Waters Park, and right behind the sidewalk of Quiet Waters Park is a canal. That canal is actually the area where all the water in Deer Run really drains. And our staff was able to talk to Broward County and determine that we were able to get a larger pipe than what's currently permitted and a larger outfall, which means that we can begin stormwater runoff into this canal earlier than we've been permitted to before for drainage. So it's a dramatic improvement. So I really want to credit city staff for being able to make this connection with Broward County and get these approvals. Go to the next slide. And then additionally, we're going to look for another retention area. So there are a couple retention areas within the Deer Run area. This is an example of a dead end that we want to turn into a retention area. Next slide. And so, of course, afterwards, all the work that'll be done will have mill and overlay of the roadways. Next slide. And just as a little bit more detail, I'm going to run through these real quick, but this is the area you'll see at the dead end of Southwest First Court. That area right now is a dead end. That will be turned into the retention area. And you'll see the lines. Those are the new drainage lines that are going to go in the middle of the road. So the water pitches into the grass swales, percolates into the infiltration, and then cuts into the pipes in the middle of the road. And that's all going to lead out across the way to power line. So go to the next slide. And that's the outfall that we're looking at. So that's the C3 canal that's across the street from Power Line Road. That's the new outfall that'll be created. That'll be larger than what's currently there. Go to the next slide. And this is just the details that you'll see along that major roadway in Deer Run. And then the second retention area that's going to be occurring is just the top of the screen there. On the next slide. And as far as the construction phase, so we've been in pre-construction. The actual construction date was this last Monday. So the contractor is starting to mobilize. This is expected to be about a 10-month project. So for the entirety of the project, it should be about 10 months. Go to the next slide. And there will be an MOT, a maintenance of traffic. So local traffic will not be inhibited. So if you live anywhere in this neighborhood and you're trying to get in and out of your community, you will not be inhibited. But we are trying to reduce the amount of traffic that occurs so that work can begin. And so there is a maintenance plan that will be derived throughout the entirety of the Deer Run community, just to let them know which ways they can get in and get out of the property, but we will not inhibit any residents from getting in and out of their property. Next slide. And then obviously at the very end, there's restoration of any work or drainage that may have occurred. Individuals, irrigation, driveways, anything of that nature will be repaired. And the next slide. Sorry, next one. And then, of course, any new sidewalks, any work of that nature. And there will be what's called nightly trench closure. So essentially, if there is an opening in the roadway prior to the contractor leaving the work for that day, they will close it off. So, vehicles can travel up and down the roads at night or on weekends. And with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them from you or from the residents.
Thank you, Mr. Power. I mean, I know the public workshop wasn't highly attended, but I appreciate you coming in and giving this information. The Southeast 8 area was the #1 area, for flooding in the city, and this was #2.
Yes.
So I'm glad that this is being addressed, and that you came up with a smart approach to kind of that power. I think that power line into the canal across the street will be a huge impact in that area.
Yep.
So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Any questions from my colleagues?
I have a question. My button's not working, but I have a question.
I need to turn the system on. There we go.
Thank you.
Commissioner Shinesky and then Commissioner Plow.
It's really not a question. It's a comment. I just want to say Fort Lauderdale, which is the biggest city in Broward County. I have a friend who lives in Fort Lauderdale. She says that when it rains, it's flooded. She can't move. And this is a city with high rises and they're building and everything like that. But such a necessity, to take care of this when it rains, they don't take care of this. So I want to give commendation to Deerfield Beach from, doing this necessity. Like I'm saying, Fort Lauderdale, when it rains and especially at night when it's flooded, they're out of commission for the whole night. So I want to say thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Plow, did you have anything or no?
No, Mayor,
okay.
my light was on automatically.
Okay, no problem. No, that's great. Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, on to #4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 4 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, considering a major site plan from the North Broward Hospital District to construct a new 6-story, 114,000 square foot medical office building with associated site improvements on the property generally located at 199 through 201 East Sample Road, application number 06-OPC-1, revision 3. Considering a variance to permit a maximum plot coverage of 20.6% in lieu of the 20% maximum plot coverage required by Broward County Code Section 39-298, case number 2620. Considering 2 variances from Land Development Code Section 102-8A to permit an east wall sign area of 324 square feet and a west wall sign area of 393 square feet in lieu of the maximum 100 square feet sign area required by code, and to permit the wall signs to deviate from the code requirement that they will be centered both vertically and horizontally on the sign background. Case number 785. Providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. As a reminder, because there are variance requests, this item will require a 4/5 affirmative vote in order to pass. And the applicant is represented by Mr. Lockery today. Mr. Lockery, after you're state your name and address. As I'm sure you know, you have the right to a more formal quasi-judicial hearing, cross-examination of witnesses, et cetera, or you can choose to waive that right. So if you would just let me know what your client prefers when you come on up, that would be great.
All right, Mr. Lockery, good to see you again. Thank you for coming.
Good to see all of you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Robert Lockery, Lockery and Chaka, 699 North Federal Highway, on behalf of the applicant Broward Health, and we do waive the formal quasi-judicial process. With me tonight, or joining me tonight, is David Clark, the Senior Vice President of Broward Health, as well as our design architect, Brian Wilson, with the Beck Group, and our representative of some of the other disciplines have worked on this project, our traffic engineer, landscape architect, as well as our civil engineers, all with Kimley Horn. As your agenda, as your city attorney indicated, the request before you tonight is for approval of a site plan. This is for a new medical office facility that'll be located on the current campus of Broward Health North. As you all know, the Broward North Hospital, as it was originally called, was first constructed and opened its doors in 1961. Over the course of the last 65 years, The hospital has grown into a 409-bed facility, which is an adult trauma 2 level center, with it specialties including its care for neurology. The new facility is a commitment that Broward Health is making to Deerfield Beach and to the community to continue to upgrade its facilities and provide new facilities to serve its patients and, of course, the folks in Deerfield Beach. I'm going to go through a quick overview of the project and describe it, and then we'll also be here to answer any questions you may have. The screen before you is the site of the Broward Health North Campus, which is, as I said, it's a 35-acre site. It's located in the middle of the graphic there, surrounded by yellow. The ribbon on the left is I-95, which of course goes north-south. It's to the east of that. The ribbon that runs through the middle of the site is Sample Road. It's to the north of that. So it's right at that northeast corner of I-95 and Sample Road. The next slide, if we can go to that, is a close-up of the hospital campus itself. What you see in the middle of the site, of course, is the hospital. And the site that we're talking about tonight, where the medical office building will be located, is to the southwest of the hospital. It's the area in red. It's a 1.5-acre parcel located directly on Sample Road and, again, just east of I-95. The next slide will show you an elevation of the building as you're looking to the northeast. It is a 6-story, 114,000 square foot medical office building. What you see right in front of you in the foreground is the new building that we're proposing. What you see to the left and off to the side is the existing 9-story hospital. The facility will have care and a focus on cardiovascular services, neurology services, as well as orthopedics, and will also have additional room to grow. The next slide I'm going to show is kind of a closer view of the drop-off area, which is located on the west side of the site. In addition to the building itself, the area around the building, the landscaping, the parking will all be brought up to code, will be revised. Actually, we're going to end up with a little bit more parking than actually exists on this portion of the site today. Here you see the drop-off at the main entrance of the site. The next slide, if we can go to that, is looking to the south, again at that entrance. And then the following slide is of the building itself. The hospital district is not, well, they're being very careful with all of our money, but they are designing a very handsome structure as well. That'll be very visible from Sample Road. One of the things that sticks out right away is you see there's a lot of laminated glass on this building. Won't look like an office building from the 1980s. It'll certainly be modern, contemporary, keeping with the style on campus that you currently have, and upgrading that. In addition to the laminated glass, there's metal cladding, metal screening along the site, as well as plaster highlights. As your staff report indicates, the project has been designed to meet the building codes, or rather your site plan codes, such as setbacks, height, landscaping. We actually exceed the county requirements, meet all the Deerfield Beach requirements, as well as parking. We are asking for a variance, and that's because this property is in a little bit of an unusual situation in that it still has the old county zoning on the site, and the county zoning has a requirement of a maximum plot size of 20%. The project exceeds that by 0.6%, so it's a small portion. In addition to that, signage on the property has also been designed, while much less than what the county zoning would require. When we look at the city requirements, we are asking for additional signage, which we believe is compatible with the building. It fits nicely on the size of the building. And we've located that signage off center, but in order to be more architecturally appropriate for the building itself. With that said, we have read your staff report. We agree with all its conclusions. The project has been reviewed by your Community Appearance Board as well as the Planning and Zoning Board, both of which approved it unanimously. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockery. Before we go any further, I think the city clerk needs to make an announcement.
Pursuant to Ordinance 2009-006, City of Deerfield Beach Code of Ethics, the applicant's representative made the following campaign contribution. Mayor Drosky, $1,000 on February 12, 2025.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant before we go to public comment? Commissioner Shanetsky?
Yes, doing a little research. I was told that this building will highlight or spotlight cardiac facilities, and it'll be very, very state of the art, where people who have cardiac procedures could even be done in one day. So this is something that would definitely put Deerfield Beach on the medical map. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay.
And it will also be in conjunction with the Teaching portions of the hospital that are also ongoing in the main portion of the hospital that have been renovated, and we'll continue to have that as part of the services that are provided.
Besides cardiac, what else would they be spotlighting that building? I think there was one other thing.
Also orthopedics and neurology. So stroke, folks who have suffered from strokes, there'll also be facilities within the new medical office building to serve the residents of Deerfield Beach.
Excellent. Thank you.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Mr. Lockery, if you're able to address it, or if not, you said your traffic guy is here this evening too. Can you comment on the number of trips that this is going to add to that location? The sample, I-95 interchange is challenging as it is. I know from personal experience, especially if you're heading eastbound, even though those two lanes to turn in onto what is that, Third?
Yeah.
Are extremely long. It still backs up there. Is there how many additional
So it's a
trips
great question.
will it add to
Yeah.
that intersection?
And I don't have the exact number. We have done a thorough analysis. Your staff required that we did a full traffic study. I can pull those numbers. I can tell you that while most of the intersections around the facility do, work very well, there are lag times at that intersection, particularly the northbound to westbound on Third, as well as the southbound section. What we were able to identify is that the impacts of this trip will not change those specific times beyond the lag that's already there. In addition, we know that the county is currently working on extending the lanes in that general area to the east of this site to add additional capacity as well. While that doesn't directly affect the northbound to westbound lanes, by providing more capacity within the intersection itself and realigning the signal timing, we believe that will help. Or
Okay.
certainly won't get worse.
All right, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Stick around. We're going to open it to public comment and just ask that you address any comments that may come forward. Is there anyone from first of all, Madam Clerk, did anybody sign up this evening on item number 4?
No, sir.
Okay, so we'll start with anyone in the commission chamber this evening. Would anyone like to speak on item number 4 this evening? Ms. Bernard, come forward and state your name and address for the record, please.
3130 Cambridge F. Oh, Carol Bernard, did I say that? Okay, is it going to take 3 years for him to get a permit like it did Century Village for their front gate?
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak this evening that's inside the commission chamber? If not, Madam Clerk, is there anybody online?
Yes, sir.
We'll come back to you. Madam Clerk, who's online?
Bernie Parnas.
Okay. Mr. Parnas, go ahead. 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record,
Okay.
please.
Bernard Parnes, 3074 Harwood F, Deerfield Beach, Florida. When I first got involved with the hospital, as I was a patient, and the infectious rate was so bad they were burning sheets and mattresses. Since then, it's become #1 trauma center in Florida. 2, it is so improved that every doctor that I have has recommended it, and I've been a patient many, many times. Recently, I needed an ambulance, and I was taken to the emergency room. It's funny, but I was undressed. They just wrapped me in a blanket and took me. How was I going to get home? I didn't have a wallet. I didn't have ID. I couldn't get into the village. Nothing. Well, they dressed me in scrubs and sent me home in their Uber account, and I made it home. They have become a #1 Class A hospital. Everything is running beautifully. I spent many years as the commissioner there and watched it grow. It has grown into a fine hospital. This building will only add to the service to the residents of Deerfield Beach. It'll be a building that helps the hospital run smoothly and take care of the patients. They're doing a terrific job, and I ask the commission to approve any changes that are needed to facilitate the building of this building.
Thank you, former Commissioner. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else online?
No, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we'll come back to the commission chamber. I know there's a young lady over here that wanted to speak. What did you want to speak about? Because we're on item number 4. Okay. All right, anyone else? I'm going to close the public hearing then, seeing nobody else. Do we have any further questions, Mr. Plout or Commissioner Plout? You have your light on?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I am in full support of this project. I think any extra medical facility in our area is needed. It's in a terrific location with backup support. The Vice President of Broward Health and Mr. Luthery came and met with me in my office and explained this. I love the rendering of the building. I think that the variance for the sign architecturally makes the building look a lot more modern, a lot better. I think our existing signage is to have a 100-foot sign in the middle of the building, and it would look kind of odd. I know we don't give away variances, is what I've heard, but I would be all on board for that. We need a 4/5 vote on that. Also, the lot size, it's not the fault of the applicant. My notes that I took from reading, and here it says, when the city annexed the property, it retained the county zoning. And it was not any action done by the applicant. It's only 0.6% more than the 20% lot coverage for the site plan. It does not constitute a special privilege at all. So I'm for the variances that are needed for this site plan, and the rendering is beautiful. This is the only property in the city that has this restriction that is this type of property. So I just wanted to express my support for it, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate the comments on the variance. I think you saved Mr. Lockery on the legalese on the record that he needs to make for that. There's no further lights. Commission?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes.
Here-
Thank
We
you,
are
Mr.
now at-
Lockery.
Okay.
Public comment, Mr. City
Public
Attorney?
comment? Yes. We're now at the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. Persons addressing the commission shall state his or her name and address and may speak for 3 minutes. This is the time for public comment on items that are not on tonight's agenda. The time for public comment on an item that is on tonight's agenda is after I read the title into the record and the mayor opens the public comment period for that item. As a reminder, no comment shall be made related to the personal life or personal qualities of any person, and no language which would offend persons of ordinary sensibility shall be permitted.
Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up to speak during public comment tonight?
Yes, sir.
How many? Quite a few. Just go with who's signed up first and then who's on deck.
Okay, I have it in order. Mark Gave,
Mark is first and then who's on deck?
Melvin Nass,
Okay, Mr. Nash, you'll be next. Okay, name and address for the speaking together?
Yes, I'm Gary Dunning, and we're both together, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm Mark Gave. I live at 317 Durham I in Century Village. Good evening to all up front and back there. I've been living in Century Village now for 2.5 years, and I'm co-founder of a new local art nonprofit called North Broward Arts. With me is co-founder and the group's president, Gary Dunning, a resident in nearby Boca. I want to thank my commissioner, Daniel Sinetsky, for inviting us here to introduce ourselves. We'd like you to become aware of our existence and our recent opening of an exhibit at the Deerfield Beach Historical Society's Museum of Black History last Friday evening at the Meet Us at the Museums event. I'm pleased to say that Commissioner Mike Hudak was a very engaged guest there, and the show will be open on Friday evenings from 5 to 8 and Saturdays 10 to 2 through November 7th. So there's plenty of time to visit. We'll be participating with the Historical Society on other shows through the 2020 the 25-26 season at the Cultural Center and the Arts Stroll. Thank you very much to Kim Cardone for that. Okay, Gary, take it away.
Madam Clerk, I don't think they meant to speak together, so if you could start the clock for
Okay.
Mr. Dunning.
Well, we kind of did, but it's
Yeah.
okay.
You're limited to 3 minutes, and I don't think you're going to make it.
Thank you. And we're also going to be doing some things around town and throughout Broward County. We're concentrating on North Broward because Central Broward has enough going on right now. We want to bring it this way. I grew up in Boca Raton, and this has always been an area that has needed a lot of activity, more activity than it's had. And so that's why I joined and wanted to do this in this area. We are going to be participating at the Jazz Brunch in Fort Lauderdale. We're going to take art out from the local artists and sell it at the Jazz Brunch, getting them out of the galleries and into the public's eyes. There's thousands of people that come out to these gatherings in the cities around this area, and we're trying to get the art out into that area. So we're looking forward to working with you in the future. I've got to talk with Mr. Warren, I believe it is, the Director of Parks and Recreation. I met him tonight, and we look forward to working with the city in the future on different events.
Thank you, Mr.
very
Dunning.
much.
Before you walk away, I don't recall hearing your address for the record, please.
I'm 6622 Villa Sunrisa, Boca Raton, Florida, unit 811.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're
Appreciate it.
welcome.
Mr. Nass, you're next. And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Jessica Del Becco.
Jessica Del Vecchio is on deck. Go ahead, Mr. Nass. Good to see you again.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so I'm Mel Nass and 3081 Oak Ridge U, that's Century Village, Deerfield 33442. And I'm here again to speak about, of course, the proposed farmers market. Just thought I would share with you that there's a season for farmers markets, and they're about to begin right now. And like there's a season for baseball, a season for football. And the reason why there's a season is that during the very hot summer, fewer people show up for the farmers markets. But now that things are starting to cool down, the farmers markets begin. And also, you know, the influx of the Northerners, whether Canadians or Americans coming to Florida, another 30% of population builds. So we're really excited about that. The last time I spoke here, I mentioned the 5 important things: the management of the farmers market, the vendors, the location and the time of where it would be, and of course the customer base. And we're very fortunate today to have one of outstanding manager. She'll be speaking right after me for 3 minutes. So I'm kind of introducing her, Jess. And she, in the last, I think it's 3 or 4 months, we've been I'm a vendor in the market here in Boca, and it's an outstanding market. And you all, if you haven't seen it, it's something to see. And she'll tell you about what she has. So we've done a lot of work. We're all set to go. I myself have been as a vendor in the surrounding areas, the Parkland, Delray, the Boca, one where Jess is, and one's in Fort Lauderdale and all over. And then, of course, I've served, as you know, on Cornell's Ag and Life Science Advisory Board, and here at the city of Deerfield. I'm very proud to have been on the Marine Advisory Board and on Deerfield Island Park. And the one last thing I'd just like to say, it's so wonderful when somebody comes up to our little booth and ask about our pies that we're selling. And I tell the kids, because it's a mom, it's a pop, and it's the children. And everybody eats 3 meals a day. And the kids come as the opportunity to speak to a farmer. And I speak to them about pollination, about planting, preparing a field and what have you. And it's a great service, I think, for all. So I really hope we can get this season, which is about to get underway, get a farmer's market here in Deerfield. And thank you very much for your time.
Oh, perfect timing. Thank you, Mr. Nass. Ms. Delvecchio, you are up and follow who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Jermil Agnos.
That person's next.
Hi.
Go ahead, 3 minutes, please. Thank you. Name
Okay.
and address for the record.
Jess Delvecchio, 7505 Cedarwood Circle, Boca Raton. And I launched the Boca Farmers Market. We didn't have a thriving farmers market in our city. And we would love to bring something. We've proposed a farmers market at the Cove. We have 7 written letters of support as per Chris, the prior CRA director. But more importantly, after we've gone through the process, I've been reaching out to business owners. So we have the support of Pauline, who owns Sticky Bun. She wants to be a vendor. She sent in an application. We have Tita Dominguez, who is Casamaya, wants to be a vendor, submitted an application. The hair salon, we met with them for quite a while. They were hesitant at first. They put an application to be a vendor. So we're really getting we're getting into the community here in anticipation of hopefully being approved. And 5 Elements, they're not going to be a vendor. They do spas. I've met with their ownership. I've toured their beautiful facility, but they want to partner with us and offer the space for the free community yoga that we pay for the community. So we're just proposing the market here in Deerfield. We know parking is a concern. We've secured parking at St. Ambrose through Father Darius, and we are more than welcome to do cones. We have cones where we are now that would say no farmers market parking for the businesses. There's not a lot of them. We do have kind of a Rolodex, old school, of who's open at that hour, and we would put dedicated parking so that their customers aren't inconvenienced by our farmers market. We really want to get a vibrancy. We would be a true farmers market. A lot of the farmers markets that were here before turned into what they now would call makers market. So people make things, they make shirts, they make beads. We would be a true farmers market with produce, fresh cut flowers, really a community aspect. I should also mention that we have 12 parking spots that we've been approved for behind Casamaya, and then Sage Dental is closed. So we have a call out to them to take those parking spots as well for vendors so that we're off site. We met with the fire chief. He didn't have any issues with our setup where we would be. It's not a public safety issue. And we did, Mel called me last week to do a tour of a Plan B. I don't like Plan Bs because I want to go Plan A, but he was right. We should have all our ducks in a row. We went and we met at the Checkers on Hillsborough, and I don't want to waste any time, but thank you. And military, thank you so much. And we toured that area, and it was about 12 o'clock in the afternoon. It was very busy. There's a grocery store there, but I did see that there was Investments Limited sign on one of the parcels. So I called Mr. Batmazian. I thought he owned the surface parking in that area or the medical. Jim Batmazian is the owner of Investments Limited. So I called, we connected on Saturday night just to see if that would be an option for Plan B. Not that I want to go with Plan B, but he doesn't own the parcel with the parking. No medical office, no shopping center. He owns a 2-acre parcel, which is grass. And it's very hard for grass to be a suitable market site for most, unless you're in like a field like Parkland has. This is true grass. So moms, dads with baby strollers, it's very hard to push through that type of facility, or, handicapped, or someone who's injured with when you have the wheelie walker. I will stop now, but it wouldn't be a proper Plan B.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Delvecchio.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Keep
Thank
working.
you.
I know you're working with Mr. Warner. and
Correct.
Staff, keep it up.
Thank you.
And who's on deck, Madam Clerk?
Carol Berner.
Werner, you're on deck next. Name and address for the record, please.
All right, good evening. My name is Jamil Agenor. I am from South Florida Bible College, 2200 Southwest 10th Street, Deerfield Beach, 33442. First of all, before I begin, I want to thank you guys for, it's good to see you guys again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, for attending our 40th gala and the beautiful proclamation that you guys gave. We're truly honored by your presence and all the work that you guys do here. Before I delve into my subject today, I do want to extend an invitation to you to join us on Tuesday, October 14th at 7 p.m. at a night to honor Israel. That's an evening of unity and appreciation. We would be honored to have the city be represented at that night if you can make it. But today I'm here because this year we launched our very first ever athletics program, beginning with men's basketball, led by head coach Mike Jarvis, a D1 Hall of Fame coach who led St. John's University to the Elite Eight against Ohio State, and Coach Billy Thompson, who won 2 NBA championships with the Los Angeles Lakers. We have also men's soccer led by Rafa Muniz, a former professional Brazilian soccer player, and now adding women's volleyball, inspired by the Vice Mayor's recommendation. We currently have about 60 athletes and expect to have close to 90 at the end of spring recruiting season. That is why tonight I'm here respectfully and specifically requesting your support in helping us secure the Ovita McKeithen Community Center as our home facility. We already talked to the site, and our athletics director has been in touch with their staff, and they've been great. But I believe this venue would be ideal for us, not just for basketball and volleyball, but also for our soccer programs and all the other programs that we're getting ready to launch in the future. But partnering this way with Deerfield Beach, I believe would be a great benefit to the city. We could see economic impact from visiting teams, fans, and supporting local businesses and restaurants. We could see a boost in community morale and togetherness, knowing that our city has home collegiate sports. Also, we could see opportunities for youth who can attend games with their families, meet college athletes, and be inspired to pursue higher education right here in their own hometown. Now, we don't just want to play here. We want to represent Deerfield Beach with excellence, and we want the city to take pride in us the same way we take pride in being in the city. So on behalf of South Florida Bible College, our faculty, and nearly 90 future athletes, I thank you for the leadership that you guys present. When we want to be Deerfield Beach's college, that's essentially what I'm saying here today. But we want to, I want your help in securing the Ovita Community Center, if that's possible. So our first game is on October 30th. We would love to see the community come together there at the park and support SFBC, and also we support Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
Good timing. Thank you, Mr. Azenor. If you haven't already spoke to Mr. Warner, is he here this evening? Oh, there he is. He'll stand up and go straight back and talk to him.
Excellent.
Please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. Ms. Berner, you were next. Please come forward. I know you were up here before, but name and address again for the record, please.
3130 Cambridge F.
And Madam Clerk, is there anyone else on deck?
Yes, Tammy Lettieri.
Tammy, you'll be next.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Berner, for being here.
It's ironic that I've come and spoken before this commission about my concern about a flag, a foreign flag that I felt, in my opinion, disrespects America. And yet, this city disrespected our country on 9/11 by not lowering the flag. On February 12th, I was here and I have a picture. It must have been during the election, and the flag was lowered. That's Abraham Lincoln's birthday, and the flag is not lowered on Abraham Lincoln's birthday. It's just when the president dies, it's lowered, not years after. I told the city clerk about it, not this one, Heather, who informed me that someone else had told her as well about that flag being down. And I spoke here on October 8th specifically, and I mentioned it here that about 9/11. I wanted to speak before 9/11 happened, just in case you wanted to do something about that foreign flag that is disrespecting, in my opinion, the United States. And yet no bells went off in anybody's head to lower the flag for 9/11. Anyhow, I have heard that it was the fault of the vendor, and I find that unacceptable to blame him, since we don't know who he is and we haven't seen his contract. I've put in a public request to see that information. Nevertheless, a good manager picks up the slack if there's no one else to do it. On the blog, one comment read, if he was a real cop, he would have lowered it. Some bloggers volunteered to do it themselves. One blogger said there are more important things than the flag. If Broward had been bombed, she might see it differently. Meanwhile, it was our whole country that got attacked. And just in case you don't know, it's the deadliest terrorist attack in human history. 2,996 people died. And others, 1,000 at least, were injured. 343 members of the fire department in New York, 71 law enforcement, 55 military at the Pentagon. And on the plane, when an American hero said, "Let's roll," and made sure that plane went down before it hit anything important. What's more important, the building department has been cracked for a very long time, as I mentioned, in BSO, that you couldn't sit down. There's different information about it all the time. I just read something different now. So they'll try to be sheriff of Pompano and Deerfield Beach.
Thank you, Ms. Berner.
1 little minute.
Time.
I
No.
Fast. I wrote it down so I could read fast.
Everyone gets 3 minutes. Sorry. Thank you.
You know, rules are made to be broken, by the way.
Mhm.
Contracts can be broken as well.
Thank you very much. Tammy, welcome. You're next. Is there anyone on deck, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Julie Rodriguez.
Okay. Julie, you still here? Yep, she's still here. Julie, you'll be next.
Hi, Tammy Lettieri, 3302 Carambola Circle South, Coconut Creek. I'm here because somebody at the Solid Waste Authority of Broward is desperately trying to build a sewage sludge dryer over at the Alpha 250 site, which is Blount Road, just south of Sample. And they're not owning up to it. So it was placed on the agenda for the meeting for August 15th. There was no quorum. It rolled over to September 8th. And Beam Fur spoke passionately about approving the agenda with this type of incinerator for biosolids. It was voted down. Only 2 people voted for it, Fur and Mead. And what happened was, of course, I made a big stink about it because they plan on using the methane from the landfill to fuel this incinerator. It was in the agreement with Broward County, yet Beam Fur denies, like basically wanting this facility. And it's highly explosive. The methane gas is flammable. We had a sludge dryer in Palm Beach. It went on fire, it exploded. There was one in Toronto, Baltimore, and New York City. All had fires and explosions. So the only way to transport this fuel from the landfill is either by pipeline or truck. They're called bomb trucks. So this is what Broward County has planned for us. I got a detailed letter from the assistant county attorney. He says, "Oh no, Beam Fur knows nothing about it." Well, he sure spoke very passionately about having this agenda approved that day with this item on it. Previously, they wanted a biochar pyrolysis plant there to burn yard waste because it's all about burn, Broward, burn. This master plan is all about waste to energy. It is not about minimizing the amount of methane that comes out of the landfill. It's how best to utilize that methane to build these waste to energy plants. And if you don't have your own advisor, somebody like Mike Ewell, who's advising Miramar, you're going to miss all of this. I'm following him on Facebook and at the meetings, and this is what I'm learning from him. So Broward is being very disingenuous. I don't want this built right across from Tradewinds Park, a half a mile from the township where I live. I'm sure you don't want these trucks and these pipelines going across your roads. The only city that can stop this is Pompano. So I hope you'll reach out to them.
Thank you, Mr. Terry.
Thank you.
Time is up. Ms. Rodriguez, you're next. Madam Clerk, is anyone on deck?
No.
Okay. After you, Ms. Rodriguez, we'll go to anyone who did not sign up on in the commission chamber and then online. But you're
Good
up. Good to see you again. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Commissioners. In my mind, I want to think that I was the one who persuaded the commissioners to reconsider the termination of BSO. I spoke the last time here and I asked you all to reconsider and give it 6 more months. And guess what? You guys did. So in my mind, I think it was me that convinced you all. Okay. Second, I just have a quick question about the speed zone, red zone, whatever that's called. Just want to know, where is that money going that we get from the speeders? $100 ticket. Just want to know, where in the city is it going? How is it being spent? Don't know. Thank you all.
Thank you. Is Mr. Gladio here tonight? There he is in his salmon shirt tonight. Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Gladio is in the back. He can give you an answer right now. Thank you. Is there anyone in the commission chamber? I guess Mr. Nolan is going to be next. Come on down.
Mayor, Commissioners, Thomas Nolan, 406 Southeast 8th Ave. Good evening. I'm grateful to be here. A couple questions for the commission and the mayor. I know that we've entered our transition period with the sheriff's office, and I know that we have 2 years until there is no longer service from BSO. What is the direction of this commission? Will negotiations continue? Will we still diligently look at all options? I know that numbers have been spoken about, that there are potentially numbers that exist. I don't know if they're real numbers or if they're just made up numbers, but we've heard about numbers. I commend you on scheduling town halls. I commend the social media output to the residents. I think as a resident, I really appreciate all the information being disseminated out to the members, the residents of Deerfield. I just feel that I wish that we did that with all of our issues here in Deerfield Beach. I've never seen a social media campaign with so much information out to the residents. I wish we did that to bring businesses to Deerfield Beach or events to Deerfield Beach. You know, if we have that such of an animal that we can cut loose, let's use it for everything. Not when we're trying to say that BSO needs to go, you know, when the commission hasn't made a decision. A couple other things, I commend you on the town halls. I just think the town halls need to take place at the fire stations because I think the residents need to see the conditions of our fire stations. We've had 14 years of a relationship between the sheriff's office and the city of Deerfield Beach. The city of Deerfield Beach was responsible for the facilities. I think our residents need to see what the city has not done in 14 years. Because we want to talk about contracts, we want to talk about breaking them. The city was the one that was supposed to be maintaining the facilities. So if we really want to make it fair, let the residents go in there and look. Let them see the conditions of where the men and women have to sleep. That we all like to say, we're so proud and of our police officers and our firefighters, dear to our heart. They are great, but that means showing up when they need you. And if the conditions of their living conditions aren't meeting the standard, when we have men and women sleeping in the same room, I don't know if any of you would want your wife sleeping in a room with a bunch of men. But that happens because our stations are 35 years old, they're 40 years old. Lastly, we have a beautiful city. We have a lot of things that we need to get accomplished. If we think we're going to take back our police and fire department, you put everything else on hold. Everything. Look at Pioneer Park. What we could do with our city, with our parks, with our events, where we've come from, where we're going. We have to have a vision. And if our vision is to go backwards and try to take things back, we're never going to move forward. We have to be forward thinking. This world is changing every single day. The risks that our men and women are put on, the things that we are exposed to, everything changes. We're not living in yesterday. We're not living in 35 years ago. We're not living in 15 years ago. We have to look forward to the future. That's all I got.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Nolan.
Good evening.
Next, name and
Mr.
address
Mayor.
for the record, please.
Maria Blatchton again, 425 Northwest First Terrace, apartment 105. And my concern tonight is over at the Palms apartment where we are, there needs to be someone from here to come and check. Because I'm not speaking for all of the residents, but some of the residents, there's a lot going on that we don't understand is going on, and there's no answers.
Ms. Blatch, I'm not sure exactly what you referred to, but Mr. Salas, do you mind meeting Ms. Blatch and understanding her concerns? He's standing right in the back. Thank you. Ms. Coley, do you want to speak tonight?
Good evening, everyone.
Name and address for the record, please.
Address, Latanya Coley McKinley from 533 South Dixie Highway. And I just wanted to formally thank the commissioners, the mayor, city manager for stepping in short notice, helping the housing authority. But I'm here tonight to ask for support for the gap funding. Right now, the housing authority and many housing authorities are in shortfall. And I'm coming today to ask for support from the city. And I thank you for all the support that y'all have given us in the past. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Coley. You know, we've been talking, so that will continue.
All right.
Don't you have the fundraiser thing next week? Did you want to announce?
I think it's this Friday, actually, if you want to give yourself.
Oh,
a
yes. By the way,
promotion.
we have a fundraiser at Johnny Tickner Center from 8 to 5. I'm sorry, from 5 to 8. October the 10th. If you can come out and support, please do so. Tell your friends, your neighbors, everyone. Thank you.
That's this Friday, 5 to 8, Tigner Center. Anyone else inside the commission chamber tonight that would like to speak? If not, Madam Clerk, we're going to move to online. I don't have the wheel in front of me, so you just have to call on the names for me, please.
Okay. Dan Hurst,
Good, Mr. Hers.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me. Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Ave. Something interesting occurred at the last commission meeting when item number 18 was read. It stated presentation by Sean Gladio, Public Safety Director, regarding the school zone speed camera annual report for 24-25 school year. Sponsor, Office of Public Safety. That was it, nothing else. What it specifically did not say was voting requirement. Adoption requires a 3/5 vote of the city commission. The taxpayers of Deerfield Beach have been trained to know that if an item is only a presentation, it is not open to public for discussion. But our city attorney, Anthony Soroka, announces prior to Mr. Gladio presenting his report that we actually do need a motion to accept the report, and you do allow public comment before acceptance. I wonder why the person who wrote this agenda item conveniently left out the part that this item would be open to the public. Maybe the city manager, Rodney Brimlow, can shed light on this mystery since he is the one ultimately in charge. I can understand why the city would try to limit public discussion on the red speed camera report. Many have called it a money grab by the city. I will let the numbers do the talking. The public safety director announced last meeting that in the 13 school days the red speed camera was operating at the end of last school year, 6,357 tickets were issued, or 489 tickets per school day. This equals 49,000 worth of tickets being issued each of the 13 days. Let's extrapolate what this means over the course of the school year. With school in session 9 months and 22 school days per month, it means the city will write $9,682,200 worth of tickets this year. Let's conservatively say Red Speed collects 90% of this amount, or $8.7 million. Now take the city's 39% cut of this amount, and you get $3.4 million. What will city manager Rodney Brimlow do with this windfall of millions? Will he use this money to help fund startup costs for his new in-house public safety team? Will he use this money to settle the contract differences with BSO? Or will he put this money in a secret fund known only to him? Finally, can someone tell us when the public Calvin Giordano and Associates bid protest meeting will take place so that maybe the public has more than 1 day's notice? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. Madam Clerk, who's next online?
former Commissioner Parnes.
Commissioner Parnes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. This is a very tough time. We have to be strong. When the city signs a contract, we live up to it. In the 8 years I was commissioner, I can't think of a single time when we decided, well, we're going to break our contract. We're not going to pay so-and-so. We're going to ask them to rewrite it and pay less. No, that's not how it is. When you give your word by signing a contract, you live up to it. If somebody won't do that and the sheriff's department won't, it's time to move on. If it means forming our own police force, fine. We own the firehouses, the police stations, and the property, and the ambulances, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we're not talking about millions of dollars in added expense. We're talking about taking control of our own destiny, of being forward-thinking and not being blackmailed by somebody who can't live up to his contract. Our contract says they can go increase by 5%, not over 11%. He doesn't care about us. I want it, or we're gonna not be your police force. That's your choice. We live up to our contracts. He and all vendors have to live up to theirs. Thank you.
Thank you, former Commissioner. Madam Clerk, who's next online, please?
Patricia Saunders.
Good, Ms. Saunders. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Patricia Saunders, 252 Southwest 34th Avenue. I have a quick concern in regards to the Deerfield Beach Compose. I'm understanding that the contract has come to an end, but my question is that now that I am seeing that we can subscribe or we can unsubscribe, which we will have to pay Filthy Organics $20 a month for them to pick up. I am wondering, why don't the city help with some of these fundings? Because all of this goes back to the earth. $20 a month is too much, and I believe the city should pick up some of the expenses because it's for good cause.
Thank you, Ms. Saunders. Mr. Gressick, I believe I have her contact information, so I'll give that to you at the end of the meeting, okay? Just remember to see me. Madam Clerk, who's online next, please?
No one else.
No one else? Okay. Anyone else? Last chance inside the commission chamber. Last chance online. Okay, we're going to close the public comment for this evening then. Mr. City Attorney, we'll do the consents in two portions, if you don't mind, please. We'll do the board appointment number 5 by itself, and then the expenditures 6 through 16 separately, please.
Sure. Item number 5 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, appointing Barbara Gerson and Kathy Sklar to the Educational Advisory Board to fill an unexpired term and providing for an effective date.
Commissioner Shanetsky, did you want to speak?
Yes, I do. I'm the one that's nominating Barbara Gerson for the Deerfield Beach Education Advisory Board. I just want to tell a little bit about her. She's a career teacher. Now she's a teacher. She's teaching adult English as a second language. So she has a long career in teaching. She understands all level of teaching. She's very community oriented. Her husband is actually on the Master Management Board for Century Village. She's very active in all like synagogue and all types of organizations. So I definitely recommend her, and she takes a big interest in the education of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone from the public would like to speak on item number 5 this evening? Only item number 5? No one inside the commission chamber? Madam Clerk, anyone online?
Dan Hurst.
Mr. Hers, go ahead on item number 5.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, item number 5. I just wanted to compliment Commissioner Plout because he found a replacement for the Education Advisory Board in a very, very timely manner. And this goes exactly opposite of the former District 4 Commissioner, who's sitting 2 seats away from Commissioner Plout, who took almost a whole year to assign a replacement for the Education Advisory Board in District 4. So thank you again, Commissioner Plout. I'm glad that you care and support our children's education.
Madam Clerk, anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the public comment on item number 5. Commission?
Motion to approve.
Seconded.
Motion to approve item number 5 by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Shinesky. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Let the record show unanimous consent. Mr. City Attorney, consent 6 through 16.
Yep, items 6 through 16 are currently on consent.
Do we have any polls by the commission?
Yes. I'd like to pull item number 6. I'd like to also pull item number 11. And I would like to comment on item number 14.
So you want to pull 6 and 11. So you have problems with those.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll pull 6 and 11. We'll keep 14 because you just want to comment. So we'll be, let me get the numbers right. 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Go ahead, Commissioner Shinesky, with your comment on item 14.
Okay. Well, first of all, I am in favor of course, firefighter challenge. I think that's wonderful, but I'm pulling it because I have a question about the big picture. I'm sure this was done at the beginning.
Wait a
of
minute,
the
this is
year.
item 14.
I'm sorry.
14.
I'm sorry. I thought you said 6.
6 and 11 have been
Okay,
pulled.
comment on 14.
We're going to
I
vote on
apologize.
7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14,
So I could
15,
comment-
16,
I could
and you're
comment on
commenting on 14, correct?
This tree canopy program, I think that's wonderful. We have a constituent that a lot of times comes up here and saying, hey, we need more trees for Deerfield Beach. We need to be able to walk on the sidewalks and have shading, how important that is. That's something for the comfort of our citizens. So I'm definitely in favor of this. I think the more trees we have, the more roads we have, more sidewalks we have, will make Deerfield Beach a more livable place, a more enjoyable place for families, for everybody. So I'm definitely in favor of this.
I don't see any other lights, so we're going to open up for public comment items 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Is there anyone inside the commission chamber that'd like to speak on any of those items? Mr. Estrada, come on down. Good to see you again. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way, here to comment on number 14. 100% I support the city looking to invest in this idea of an interconnected tree canopy. I say this every time I come up, it's just getting hotter and hotter. Longer and longer into the year. And when there isn't shade, it's just, you can't be outside. And if you can't be outside, you can't spend money, you can't add to the tax base, you can't, connect with your community members, things like that. So I really do appreciate the city looking for this kind of outside funding as well. I know nationally, it's something that a lot of the cities that are impacted by the severe rain and wind and other, climate issues, there are these types of things that are available. So it's really great to see the city proactively going and finding those kind of funds. And so I just want to say, yep, 100% behind it. Thank you all very much. And again, continue to add the trees. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Appreciate that. Is there anyone else inside the commission chamber that would like to speak on items 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, or 16? Madam Clerk, is there anyone online that has raised their hand electronically for those numbers?
No, sir.
Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing on items 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Commission?
Motion to approve items 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, and 15. Is that correct?
And 12.
And 12.
Second. Motion to approve 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plow,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Now we'll go back to item number 6. Commissioner Shinesky, you pulled that. Could you please tell us what you have a problem with?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to read the title first, if that's okay, since it was pulled, and then.
Of course. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Item 6 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the firefighter challenge Championship Series hosting agreement with First Responder Institute, Inc. for the 2026 Southeast Region Classic event at the Main Beach parking lot, providing for execution, severability, and an effective date.
The reason why I'm pulling it, I assume that this was the cart was starting to roll at the beginning of the year. And we outreach to our firefighters, our first responders. Do you want to participate in this? Whole lifetime has transpired since the beginning of the year in terms of negotiating with fire, with our fire department here. So my question is, in terms of negotiation, what type of negotiation has been going on specifically with fire? I know we've been spotlighting the police. I know about the 5% cap, and I know about Gregory Tony, but I don't know anything about fire. Nothing. What is a contract? Has there been any movement? So my question is, when was this brought to our fire brethren, our first responder brethren? I'd like to know when this was approached to them. Has there been any change? Has there been any dialogue with fire? Fire and first responder is much more complex. There's so many things to consider. Workers' comp, health and liability.
Commissioner, I'm gonna
So that-
stop you. I don't think your comments have anything to do with item number 6.
Well, my question is, when was this outreach to the fire responders and our local fire department? If they want, and the first responders, if they wanted to participate in this? How long has it been? And has there been an update on this? That's my question.
So this item is the firefighter challenge for the Southeast Regional feeds into a national championship. The Southeast Regional is 9 different states, 9 or 10 different states. I know Alabama, Tennessee, North and South Carolina. It's not a local event at all. So this championship series is all of Southeast United States. So it's like, it's either 9 or 10 states. I'd have to look it up. I could get you the exact number of states, but it's not about a local, it's not strictly about a local fire department or anything like that. It's a major national
My
championship.
question is there local participation in this?
There's participation by any fire department that wishes to in the 9 states, including ours.
Commissioner Plow?
Just want to say that I'm in favor of this. I read all the backup material, and there is a vendor that has permitted this, has a number of concerns that they want, and to have things in place. It's going to create a lot of revenue for our beach area. It's probably as big maybe, or in some degree, as our 4th of July celebration in terms of where it's being held, and that, just the economics of the whole thing, the people it's going to attract, and it's being held on the beach and all that, right? If I remember correctly. And so this is like a huge event, kind of almost like an Olympics of firefighters. I love it. I'll be attending, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hudak?
I am very excited to bring this back to the city of Deerfield Beach. This is an event that we've had numerous times. As a matter of fact, and unfortunately, I've got to use my memory again, but I believe we were national champions a couple of times. The city of Deerfield Beach firefighters were national champions for this event. We had it for a number of years, and unfortunately, it went to a couple of other cities. So I'm very excited about bringing this back. And I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. Okay, we do have to open it to the public hearing first because it was pulled. Is there anyone from the audience, Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up on item 6?
No, sir.
Okay, so anyone inside the commission chamber would like to speak on item number 6? Now is your opportunity. Seeing no mad dash, Madam Clerk, is there anyone online raising their hand for item number 6?
Yes. Gwen Clark Reed,
Okay,
former state rep.
former state representative Gwen Clark Reed, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Gwen Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest Sixth Way. And yes, Commissioner Hudak, I'm glad that you brought back our memories, that this is an event that has been held in Deerfield Beach. And I truly approve of it coming back to the city if we can handle it. Thank you.
Thank you, former state representative. Madam Clerk, anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll close the public comment on item number 6. Seeing no more lights from my colleagues, Commission? Motion by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Is there a cost component to this?
There is, Mayor.
Then Madam
call.
Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plow,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, item number 11.
Item number 11 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving the award of ITBC number 25-031 for the Pioneer Park Pier number 5 dock replacement project to Brothers Construction, Inc., authorizing execution of a contract with Brothers Construction, Inc., the lowest priced, responsive, and responsible bidder, in an amount not to exceed $1,103,331, providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Commissioner Sinetsky, you pulled this one as well?
Yes, the reason why I pull this is because I remember October 2024, and I was sitting here. There was discussion for the pier, the Deerfield Beach Pier, which Brothers had undertaken, and basically there was a problem. It went over. There was a change of order, and it went over the budget. It went over the budget of $556,000, $500,000. That's almost a 10% of what the overall cost was. There was a change order on that, I think, concerning the second gazebo, the fire line. So there was big problems with that. So I just want to ask, why are we giving it again to Brothers when last year we had some problems with the pier project that went $500,000 over budget because of unforeseen costs that weren't originally given to the commission?
Mr. Power, I assume you're going to address that?
I will.
Just a guess.
Yeah, Eric Power, Deputy City Manager. That's just weird saying that. So it's two separate things. The pier, the Deerfield Beach Pier, went through a cost correction that the City Commission requested, and additional things were added. And that is the reason for that. This is a completely separate item. We did have two bidders. Brothers is the preferred vendor based on the value, but these are really completely two separate projects. And this is the dock, for the Pioneer Park entrance. So the fifth dock, there's actually 5 pieces of this particular part. This one is failing. It does need to be repaired. This is what Brothers does. This is their construction business. So they offered another bid. There have been no issues with Brothers Construction for the pier. In fact, it was delivered on time and under budget.
I think, Commissioner, what you were referring to was a change that the vendor did not know about, which was the fire line. And that's because that was on the city's fault, not on the vendor's fault.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Power.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
that.
you.
I know, I don't want to speak this for Commissioner Hudak, it's his district, but this is well overdue. So look forward to voting for this. But we do have to open it to public hearings. Is there anyone from the public inside the commission chamber that would like to speak on item number 11? Seeing no one, Madam Clerk, is there anyone with their hand up online for item 11?
Dan Hers.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Hers.
Thank you. Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. So I guess we've already established this is the same Brothers Construction that had the pier contract. And this is the same Brothers Construction that worked at a snail's pace to complete the repair of the International Fishing Pier, whose closure was one of the main reasons so many businesses failed along the S-curve. Let's forget about what my opinion of Brothers Construction is, and instead let's revisit what some of our elected officials had to say just recently about Brothers Construction. From the official city meeting minutes, Commissioner Hudak said, "There are many projects that are underway, and all too often, many of them see unforeseen delays and go over budget, which must be addressed. Commissioner Hudak said there must be more oversight and diligence on these projects, and the experience of the contractor must be looked at in the same way as the cost. Further, he said, the contractors are the subject matter experts, and when changes arise, they should be able to anticipate what the cost increases will be. I couldn't agree with you more, Commissioner. Apparently, city staff never bothered to ask Commissioner Hudak's opinion about Brothers Construction, because on August 5th, in the memo from Edison Etienne, senior buyer, to Eric Power, now deputy city manager, Edison wrote, reference checks were conducted on Brothers Construction and revealed positive ratings. Finally, in the name of transparency, since when do $1.1 million contracts appear in the consent agenda portion of the commission meeting? I can answer that one. When you're trying to hide the identity of a company that just performed so poorly on a $5.5 million contract, and you want to reward their ineptitude by giving them another $1.1 million contract.
Thank you, Mr. Hers. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else online?
No, sir.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rushing the microphone, we're going to close the public hearing on item number 11. Commission,
Motion to approve.
Second.
motion to approve item number 11 by Commissioner Hudak, seconded by Vice Mayor Preston. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Ploutz,
Yes.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. We are now up to item number 17, Mr. City Attorney.
Item number 17 is a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Deerfield Beach, Florida, approving an agreement with the Center for Public Safety, Inc. to provide a revised staffing and management study for public safety services in an amount not to exceed $72,500, providing for execution at an effective date.
Mr. Gladio, before you start, my colleague would like to speak. Mr. Vice Mayor Preston?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping that you can provide some answers for this, because this is something that I asked of the commission, if you remember, in relation to a study to get the numbers. We were told that those numbers were being compiled. And so so now it's on the agenda. So that will require some explanation. So, okay.
Commissioner Shinetsky, did you have any prelude comments?
Yes, I do. Yes. I'm looking at this right now, 72,500 study for public safety services concerning staffing and management. I mean, that's great. But I'm looking at Pompano Beach. In fact, tomorrow is going to be one of the first community forum in Pompano Beach at Emmylou Community Center. And they have two studies. They have a company called Raffelness, and it was allocated in July of this year from Pompano Beach City Commission, but $285,000 to have an in-depth financial study. That's very important. As I go around the community, and especially in Century Village, I ask people what their opinion is on BSO. Should we stay? Should we go? Should we merge? And what they say to me, I need to know what the numbers are. How will it affect me financially? So this is a great study, staffing and management and manpower. But I think it's so paramount. We need to know what the dollars and cents is. Will we have to double our assessment fees, our taxes? For people in my community that have a fixed income, they want to know, especially if we're going to be starting a police and fire department from scratch. We need to know every dollar and cent. And this is a $70 to $100 million investment in public safety. I think it's very, very important, just like Pompano Beach, to have the most information we can, numbers as well as staffing and policy. So I really feel that this is incomplete. I really feel we need more. This is a big decision. This is a public safety, fire, first responders, and the police of our citizens in a growing city of almost 90,000. So I think this is incomplete. I think we need, number one, more information in terms of a study with numbers. And I think we need more time. I mean, we're on the clock right now. It's transition period. We're on the clock. We have 2 years. What Pompano Beach is doing, they're saying, hey, we want to have another year extension, and then they have additional 2 years. That's 3 years. I think we need time to really digest all the numbers, even to see what Pompano Beach is going to do. Will we merge with them, or will it be a no-go? We need time, and we need financial information. I think this is incomplete. I think we need more. I want to do what's best for my district and for the city.
What more would you like, Commissioner Shinesky?
I think we need a study just like Pompano Beach, where we have an in-depth financial study giving all the numbers. They're having a 5-year, financial study of the cost effect in 5 years. Very in-depth. I think this is worth it. I think this is too general, staffing and management. I don't think this gives all the
How is this too
details.
general?
'Cause it
Explain
says
to me,
here-
how is this too general?
It says here staffing and management.
You're
It
reading the
doesn't-
title from the agenda. I'm asking you, what's general about it?
Oh, because I'm
Forget
saying-
reading the title. Tell me.
All right, I'll tell you.
I'm listening.
All right, thank you. Pompano Beach. Pompano Beach has a study from the Center for Public Safety, same thing for staffing and management personnel. And they also spent $285,000 to get an in-depth financial study from Raffellis. That's 2 different groups. Why is it we only have one? I think Deerfield Beach citizens deserve all the information, not part. I want every dot and I want every T crossed. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Gladio, your turn.
Sean, just one second,
Yes, sir.
just for clarity also, if you look into the backup and what the contract says in your backup that you have, there is a cost analysis that is part of the staffing and management study. There's a comprehensive cost analysis. And it's not simply, I know that you mentioned Commissioner, you mentioned the cost that Pompano is paying. We have already paid for staffing studies as well. The staffing studies that we paid for, as Mr. Gladio will get into, were assuming, because up until just like the last couple months here, there was no reason to anticipate not having contract services for police and fire. So our staffing studies that were previously done anticipated contract services to be provided for police and fire. So based on those analyses, and now looking at the possibility of the city doing its own police and fire, that's what they're going to expand the study to. And Mr. Gladio will explain that. That's why it's not, so I mean, in total, if you want to add it up, it's about 175,000, somewhere in that range is the total cost for our comprehensive staffing, management, and cost analysis. So Mr. Gladio will point that out in a minute, that this contract and what's in the backup includes the startup costs, staffing costs, and all of those other associated things as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. Sean Gladio, Director of the Office of Public Safety. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and Mr. City Manager. Just a couple of things to the Vice Mayor and the Commissioner Shinesky. I share both of your sentiments, and I don't take them lightly. I remember a couple commissions ago, Mr. Vice Mayor, when you asked for those numbers. And Commissioner Shinesky, I hear the passion in your voice. And I sincerely hope our constituents and the residents that I represent in my office in the city of Deerfield Beach share that same passion. I assure you, I will discharge this office to the fullest extent of my ability, and I will provide you with all of the information that I possibly can. As you know, the city of Deerfield Beach engaged the Center of Public Safety Management and the Architectural Design Group to conduct a comprehensive staffing and facility analysis for the Office of Public Safety. This work was initiated during the period in which Broward Sheriff's Office continued to provide law enforcement and fire rescue services to the city of Deerfield Beach. The objective at that time was clear: to determine the appropriate staffing levels and facility requirements necessary for the city of Deerfield Beach to continue our contractual agreement with the Broward Sheriff's Office for operations inside our city with projections until the year 2043. It is important to note, and I want to emphasize, at no point during this data collection, the analysis, or the final reporting was there any discussion, inference, consideration, or mention of the city establishing a municipal law enforcement or fire rescue department or a regional law enforcement or fire rescue department. The Center for Public Safety and the Architectural Design Group report was therefore limited in scope to BSO's operational structure, deployment, and facility needs as they existed at that time and as they were projected for the city of Deerfield Beach over the next 20 years. We've had a change in direction, as just stated moments ago. Therefore, we need a change in scope. So at the direction of the commission, the vice mayor, Commissioner Shinetsky, and others, the city's focus has now shifted significantly. The commission's previous discussions directed the city manager and myself to develop and bring forward an analysis of the total costs to initiate a municipal police department and municipal fire rescue department, along with the projected long-term costs to sustain those operations into the future. This is a fundamentally different scope from their prior work for the Center of Public Safety and the Architectural Design Group. Where the original analysis was designed to evaluate BSO staffing projections within existing facilities, this new directive requires a comprehensive financial and operational framework for 2 city-operated municipal public safety agencies. The scope parameters in this contract are in accordance with your direction, and they include personnel costs, including salaries, benefits, and projected growth. Operating costs, encompassing equipment, vehicles, technology, supplies, and maintenance. Capital costs, including startup investments required to establish all municipal law enforcement and fire rescue operations. Importantly, facility costs were not included within this scope, as those are being analyzed separately and will require a detailed facility master plan that reflects the city's long-term public safety infrastructure strategy. Therefore, this evening, the request before you is really straightforward: to acknowledge that the scope of work has materially changed from the original Center for Public Safety and Architectural Design Group engagement, and to authorize the continuation and expansion of the work under this new commission-directed framework. Focusing on the financial modeling, the operational requirements, and the sustainability planning necessary to evaluate the establishment of a municipal police and fire rescue department for the city of Deerfield Beach. Gentlemen, the city, this next phase is critical to providing the commission and our community with clear, objective, and comprehensive data to make an informed decision about the future of public safety in Deerfield Beach. Our collective responsibility is to ensure that every assumption, cost, and projection is accurate, transparent, and aligned with the city's long-term fiscal sustainability and service excellence goals. The funding for this requirement and this contract in this service agreement was approved as a part of the General Capital Fund under the Public Safety Administration for fiscal year 2026. I ask your support, and I will take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladio. Vice Mayor Preston?
I think it's clear that, at least I'm going to support this. It's clear that we need to go in that direction so that we can get the numbers. We can't do anything without the numbers. We need to know. And you are right, Mr. Gladio. We're talking about now a whole nother idea of assuming that we would take, take our fire department back and our police department. With just the thought process of that, what would it cost? Do we know? Do we know the importance of those numbers? Other than that, what we're doing is guessing, and we're dealing with emotions. Emotion gets into it. Whenever emotion gets into it, we become irrational. We need to approve this so we can get the numbers. Once you get the numbers, then you can make another decision. I've been clear about my feeling about this, about going forward. We need to be a bit more organized about how we proceed forward with this. This becomes a vital step in not only allowing our administration to be able to properly present these numbers to the public, but then this information can be disseminated to the resident. Here's what we have, so everything is clear. Right now, we are not clear, about where we're going. This has to happen. If we deny this, this is a vital part of what we need. Our fire department and our police department, it may scare us, the numbers that we might see. It's a big thing to say, hey, let's take our fire department back. But what does that really mean? What does that really mean? And are we in a position to be able to do that? And how will that decision, whatever it may be, coming from this commission, how does that affect our residents? And how does that affect the careers of people that would be affected by whatever decision that is made here? And I just think that we need to just kind of settle down and look specifically at this. This is asking, for a management study of the public safety that encompasses fire and police. It encompasses that. They're going to come back with solid numbers. And at that point, hey, let's have that debate. Let's have that conversation. It is important that we do it, but we can't do it unless all those pieces are in place. And I've said it before, if we don't get the right numbers, if we don't do this right, we're flying the plane blind. That's it. And I think you know that if a blind man is flying the plane, I think you know where it's headed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Plout, you were next, followed by Commissioner Hudak.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we're all cognizant that there's a countdown clock right now that started 7 days ago. And we need every minute of that time. Tonight, before the meeting, I went into Mr. Gladio's office and sat with him for about 45 minutes because I wanted a greater understanding of what this was about. And I got the answers that I wanted to hear. The previous studies were done assuming that we were continuing with BSO. And maybe at the end of this whole process, we will in some fashion. But we are moving forward with getting, excuse me, all the information that we really need. I think Mr. Gladio's experience as running a police department in North Carolina and the time that I've spent with him over the last couple of months, he's the perfect guy to be a part of this process. Now, I'm proud of the city for starting the communication with the public. But when we do our meetings in November, the public is not going to simply get a presentation about the numbers and this is how we're going to do it. That's not what's going on right now for these meetings because we don't have all the numbers right now. The purpose of the meeting is just the opposite. The purpose of the meeting with the public is to find out what the public wants. We want to hear from the public. Read the media announcement of these meetings that's on Instagram and that's on Facebook, and you'll see that the tone of that presentation is, we want to hear from the people. What are they, what do they want? What are their main concerns? What are their fears? This gives us a template to answer their questions and to explore what the best thing is. There's nothing more important in a city than public safety. There's nothing more important for an elected official to get right is public safety and health. There's other cities around this country that are a nightmare for public safety and health. And I'm not getting into national politics. We have a real gem of a city here. We're not going to get into a situation like that. We're going to do it right. We're going to do it one step at a time, but we have to be cognizant of this countdown clock. We have to get it right, and we have to move forward on this information. Has to be transparent to everyone through this entire process. And I want everyone in the public to be completely aware of the meetings. The first one is going to happen in my district at the community center across the street from Quiet Waters Park. That's on November the 13th. Okay, that's a Thursday. There's going to be two meetings. One is at 11 o'clock in the morning and the other one's at 7 p.m. You know, not everybody works 9 to 5. So we have a meeting in the morning. The next one is November 15th at City Hall. That's also 11 and 7 p.m. And then there's an 11 and 7 p.m. At Tigner on November 17th. But guess what? I can bet you that those aren't the only meetings that are going to happen. This is just the preliminary. This is the beginning of what we have now, just after what will be about 6 weeks. So we won't have all the numbers from this resolution that my vice mayor here wants us to pass. He just said, and I totally agree with that. We have to move forward with this. We have to do it in a very professional and transparent way. And this is one of the first steps that we have to do. We already did a step before, putting an FRS system in place in case we need it. Didn't cost us anything to do a little bit of study on that and pass that. So we need to move forward with this so that we eventually have all the answers. It has to be completely transparent. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hudak, followed by Commissioner Schnetsky.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think it's painfully obvious that this commission wants as much information that you can provide. Not only financial information, but also liability information. You know, God forbid something happens to one of our fire trucks, who pays for it? Or God forbid, a police officer, is involved in a shooting. What's the liability to the city? There are a lot of things. We have certain certifications, with the fire department right now that our residents get insurance breaks for. So those are some of the things that we really need to look at. And I know that we're going to do an in-depth study. I think it's painfully obvious that this commission is demanding that. And I'm glad to see that this isn't something that we're just, glossing over. As many of our residents who follow city government are aware, we are now in the transition period with BSO regarding law enforcement and fire rescue services. I've seen comments both in the Pelican and online suggesting that the city is leaning toward bringing these services in-house. I cannot speak for other members of this dais, but I want to be clear that my position has not changed. I am keeping an open mind and considering all available options until I see the true cost of each option. I will not make a final decision until that happens. That said, I'm very concerned that BSO violated our previous contract, and the issue will certainly be a factor into my decision-making. I've also heard concerns that BSO has been less cooperative in attending leadership meetings and providing logistical support to staff. This too is something that I will be considering during this evaluation process. As a reminder, under our previous contract, the city should continue to receive the same level of service during this transition period as we have for over the 35 years that we've been in partnership with BSO. While these are new times for all parties involved, I believe that if we maintain professionalism and cooperation at every level, there remains an opportunity to preserve our long-standing relationship with BSO. But until we have the numbers, until we understand the short-term and the long-term ramifications to our residents and our taxpayers, I will not be making a decision. So I'm glad that we're going through this exercise. I too am supporting this. I know that we have some data in the can and now we have to tweak it. And I'm looking forward to seeing the numbers between going with BSO, going on our own, or partnering with another city so that we can have a clear vision of what these costs are going to be, not only in the honeymoon period of year one, but in years 3 and year 5, and so on and so forth, so that we, this dais, can make an educated decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shanetsky.
I just want to say there's a reason why, we went to BSO Police 35 years ago and BSO Fire 15 years ago because of the costs and the coverage. That's really the bottom line. The costs were overwhelming and we weren't getting enough coverage. So there's a reason why we changed over. I'm in support of a study. I think that's great. That's a great first step. So we're finally making a first step. I implore that in the study, there's a 5-year outreach so we know what will happen in 5 years or more to at least examine. And we need to examine everything. Like Commissioner Hudak said, we need to look at workers' comp because every injury, every PTS case, every occupational illness could financially burden the city. It will follow Deerfield Beach if we take this on. In terms of health and liability insurance, fire rescue insurance, it's massive. One lawsuit could financially wipe out our reserves. We're very proud of our reserves right now. One mishap could wipe that out. We have to be very cognizant of that. We have to look at the cost of insuring vehicles. Yes, we own our vehicles, but there's also the insurance of them and the apparatus. Also, there are cancel laws and there are protective gear aspects that we have to look at. In terms of communication dispatching, there's a whole dispatching network that we need to also look at as well. Also, the IT system. Fire and EMS, first responders, they have a very complex platform, a reporting platform. Their software is very, very specialized. It's very expensive. That's something, again, we have to look into because it's going to affect our residents. ISO rating, that's a very important rating for the fire department. It's an A, right now we have an A class 1 ISO rating. That affects insurance premiums for residents and businesses of Deerfield Beach. So the cost could come around in years and hit our residents in the pocketbook. We have to look at CAFI accreditation. That's for ambulance services and patient care. That's also a cost. And again, I'm in Century Village. Right outside Century Village, Fire Station 66. It's falling apart, 50 years old. And what I did was I contacted a federal lobbyist firm and I let them know, hey, a facility right outside Century Village East is falling apart. We need an update. We need a new facility. And he basically said, well, federal funds, you're really not going to get. You got to look to state and county. So we really have to incorporate all this cost. Hopefully we'll do this in the study. This is a first step, but this is very imperative.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Gladio, thank you for your presentation tonight. I think, gentlemen, this is not as complicated as we need to make this to be. We all are in agreement that we all want the facts. We all want the figures. Our residents want that. And to be as transparent as possible. If you remember a couple meetings ago, I stood up from this seat and I went down to that podium to speak directly to the men and women in the city of Deerfield Beach. And I told them directly into their eyes that this is not something that is going to be made as an emotional decision. This is going to be made from the facts and figures. And that's exactly what this is doing and exactly what we want. I mean, don't be fooled. No matter which direction we're going to go, the numbers are going to be big. You're going to see a lot of zeros after these numbers. So don't be scared by the numbers because the numbers are going to be big no matter what. And I know we're not going to leave something out of the equation, the workers' comp, the liability, the insurance, whatever. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. We're going to be evaluating all of the factors when it comes to making a decision. This isn't something that, we just thought of yesterday. These are items that we're going to be contemplating and debating and getting out there. So nothing is going to be held, nothing is going to be kept under the carpet. All this is going to be coming forward so that we can all make the best informed decision as possible going forward. Remember, we were put in this position by the sheriff. He canceled our contract. He did not adhere to the 5% cap in our contract. That's why we're here. That's why we're having this discussion. And so now, because we've been put in this position and put into a corner, we're going to evaluate every option that we have available to us. Going back with BSO, on our own, or a regional approach. All of those three options and others are still on the table. And I, like you, Commissioner Hudak, and keeping an open mind to all of them going forward. But how can I go forward without the information to make that decision? And that's all that we're doing tonight. This is a public hearing. So item number 17, Madam Clerk, did anyone sign up in advance?
No, sir.
Okay, so we'll start, just like every other item tonight, we'll start with those inside the commission chamber on item number 17 and then online. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Mr. Cummings? Are you leaving or are you coming to talk to us?
Joe Cummings, 267 Oak Ridge P. I'm a pilot, so I know how to fly blind. You go on instruments, and when you take off and you go east, and your weather radar indicates that you're flying into a tropical cyclone with the Broward County Sheriff at its very center, you turn around and you go in the safe direction. So we're not dealing with 365 degrees, we're dealing with 180. And then I'm looking for any port in the storm. We already know where the storm is. We already are paying those fees that everyone mentioned. Let's get the aircraft turned around and landed.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Mr. Nolan?
How you doing? Thomas Nolan, 406 Southeast 8th Ave. On this topic of doing a study, I think it's a great step. I think it's going to be an eye opener for a lot of people. I just think that the commission all said the same thing. We want to see the numbers. Well, I think the commission needs to give direction to staff that that's where the city stands. Because if you read some of the things that the city's putting out, you guys are already going back. Your own fire department's being started. So I think if you guys have a message, a clear message to the city staff that we're going to look at the numbers, we're going to be professional about this, we're going to break everything down, and we're going to look at it. And one of the big questions is, I know that this company was used for the other part of the station study. The main issue in the city of Deerfield Beach is your guys' facilities. You know what I mean? You guys, it hasn't been an issue of service. I understand we're in a contract negotiation with the sheriff and we're looking at pricing, but all those things that are falling back on the city, you guys had a study that said your buildings were falling down. So you can't say that now we're going to get a study that says, oh, we can save $1 million this year, let's jump on it. What happened to looking at that study when our facilities were falling down? So we have to look at everything transparently as possible. I commend you for doing this. I think doing workshops without real numbers is going to kind of put the cart before the horse, because you're not going to be able to really give any information to your residents about what it's actually going to cost. You're going to get their opinions, but you're not going to really be able to explain it to them. And I think at the end of the day, the service went over to the sheriff's office for a reason. You know, the savings in our cachet of $36 million, that's there for a reason. If you look back at history when that got there and where it came from, it was savings from subbing out your fire rescue. And, I understand a hometown fire department. Understand that your hometown fire department are the BSO firefighters. There's probably about 120 of them left. That's the only ones that are there. They're not coming back. You would have a brand new fire department. There wouldn't be anybody that was a BSO prior employee coming back, because we worked for the city. We understood the heartaches and the budget is balanced on the backs of the employees. So we know what's going to happen. They're going to make the numbers look great for a year. Year 2 and 3, we're really sorry. We got to tighten our belt. It's too expensive. So I just hope you look at the whole picture when you look at this public safety study. It's not just dollars and cents. Coconut Creek Police Department, $75,000 for a starting deputy. Just got approved yesterday. Cost of doing business. And I understand you have to be due diligent with your numbers, but just take it all into account. Look at it globally. Don't just look at one thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak? Mr. Estrada, come on down. After Mr. Estrada, Madam Clerk, we'll switch to online. Go ahead.
Michael Estrada, 1431 Southwest 6th Way. Yeah, we appreciate having these upcoming opportunities where you're going to be soliciting information from the residents. I really appreciated that you were holding them over a few different time periods. So some of them earlier in the day, some in the evenings. I would say that having more than just those 3 over those couple of days would really go a long way in allowing folks with different schedules and just getting the widest range of people available to be there. And to echo what the gentleman before me said is, obviously we know that the numbers from this study aren't going to be in yet. There's going to be, nothing but speculation up to that point. And so I think it's going to be really important for you all to facilitate those meetings well, and to really kind of give the context for what it is that we're looking for specifically. I think a lot of folks are going to come up, and the way that a lot of those meetings tend to go, where it's sort of just an open-ended question. What does anybody think? What are you guys concerned about? And unless that we have a real kind of clear idea, you're going to hear a lot of just, going one way or the other, really emotional responses or responses that aren't really grounded in any information. So I think being clear about, what's going to be useful for you all, what is the information that's actually going to be helpful as you make your decisions. I think as some of the committee meetings have gone, as people have come up and really kind of had their strong feelings about it, that's helpful for you guys to get a temperature sense from the city, but it doesn't necessarily help you make, specific decisions. So I really hope that at those meetings, you guys have some really pointed questions of looking for specific things from us. And again, I think continuing to be proactive and giving your updates around where things are. So it's helpful for us to know, okay, this is how much money we're spending on this study. This is what the timeline for the study looks like. This is where, X number of months from now, we're going to call back in with more meetings for people to come and give their feedback and things like that. So just hope you guys continue to be proactive and share the information with us as soon as it comes in. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Estrada. Madam Clerk, who's online, please?
Dan Hurst.
Go ahead, Mr. Hurst.
Dan Hurst, 330 Southeast 19th Avenue. Why is the city going to the trouble of hiring this firm and spending $72,500 of taxpayer money when, according to Elliot Cohn, editor-in-chief of the Century Village Reporter newspaper, it's already a done deal? Here is what he wrote as he keeps referring to unnamed city officials. According to Deerfield Beach city officials, Century Village residents can expect better patrols and stronger police services now that the city is parting ways with BSO. The CVE reporter has learned exclusively that city leaders are preparing a major transition in public safety, and the city's relationship with BSO is coming to an end after 35 years. Deerfield Beach officials say the amount of money demanded by the sheriff to continue serving the city was outrageously high and made it clear the city was better off with its own police department. As one official put it, the Deerfield Beach City Commission simply does not have any more trust or confidence in BSO's ability to serve the city. The city is already moving on with plans well underway to create its own police and fire departments. The reporter has also learned that the transition will be easier than many might expect. Interest is already being expressed by candidates eager to serve in the Deerfield Beach fire and police departments. City leaders say this gives them more control over staffing, vetting, and leadership decisions. According to City Hall, the city's break from BSO is being framed as a turning point. one that will replace county-run oversight with a model built around local accountability and community trust. Here are a few questions that Brimlow failed to give Elliott Cohn an answer to. How does Brimlow plan to pay for the refurbishment of 5 non-trailer firehouses and 1 police station that have an average age of 36 years, with many full of asbestos? How will Brimlow justify paying the new police force less than the $75 per hour he already agreed to pay BSO officers for patrolling the beach area? The math says paying 152 police employees at $75 per hour would cost the city in salary and benefits $33 million. What about the other millions in startup costs? And all this chaos, Mr. Brimlow, including jeopardizing the lives of Deerfield Beach residents, all because of your personal grudge against Sheriff Gregory Tony. You are abhorrent, Mr. City Manager.
I think your comments, Mr. Hers, that public safety and lives are in stake is abhorrent. I don't respond to public comment, but that needed to be responded to because it's wildly inaccurate. Madam Clerk, who's next, please?
Former State Rep Gwendolyn Clark Reed.
Go ahead, former state representative.
Gwen Clark Reed, 1430 Southwest 6th Way. I want to know that in doing this study, that there are services that are automatically provided for the city, that you have MOUs with other agencies. I want to be sure that when you are doing the numbers, that we have this information as a part of what the numbers are going to be. If we are entitled to, just because we're a city and we're a part of Broward County, that certain services have to be provided to us, I want to see those numbers also as a part of this study. Thank you.
Thank you, former state representative. Madam Clerk, is anyone else online?
No one else.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else in the commission chamber? Okay, we're going to close the public comment on item number 17.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve item number 17 by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Hudak. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Hudak,
Yes.
Commissioner Plout,
Yes.
Commissioner Snetsky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
Yes. Mr. City Attorney, comments by
Mayor.
administration and legal? Vice Mayor?
Yes. I just talk to my colleagues right now. And I want to also, you got a lot of people that stayed here and they are very concerned about their city and what we're talking about. I just can't really move on in good conscience. I just want to say, just address my colleagues right now so that we have some unity. First of all, contrary to popular belief, Rodney Brimlow does not make decisions in this city. It is this commission. The leadership will come from this commission and not Rodney Brimlow, not Sean Gladio. It comes from this commission. And this commission is very capable of leading. Make no mistake about it. We're not a bunch of weenies up here. So, Mr. City Manager, the last I heard is that the offer that came back from the Sheriff Department was 2 years with no cap. Is that correct?
The last contract that we received, the city attorney and myself, which we forwarded on to you, each of you, is the one that had no cap on years 1 and 2, and then 5% cap on years 3, 4, and 5, to the best of my recollection.
And for clarification, that was a contract that would have proposed to start April 1 of next year.
Well, what I'd like to do is I want to talk to my colleagues, and that is I'd like to see a proposal made to BSO. I'd like to make a motion tonight that we make a proposal to BSO for year two. Now, we know year one, there is no cap, but year two, 7% cap. And see if they would be amenable to be able to embrace that. And I would like to, I'm asking my colleagues to consider a 2-year contract, wherein that in year two, it's 7% cap. And I'd like to, if there's going to be some debate, that's fine, but I'd like to make that motion.
I second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I don't quite understand what the motion
Yeah, I'm
is.
just gonna ask for
Okay.
clarification.
Okay, you want to know? I'm
When would the agreement that you're proposing, the 2-year deal start, Vice Mayor? Just so we
Excuse me?
understand. When are you proposing the 2-year deal would start? With like that April 1 date where they, like their contract proposed that they sent to us?
well,
April 1 of next year?
I would like to, first of all, see if there is some, if you present this to BSO, and as working with the city manager, as soon as that could be implemented in consideration with what's we already have, if that's April 1, that's fine. But as soon as it could be implemented, that's what I'm looking for. So that's where I'm at with that.
That would be negotiating with BSO, a 2-year agreement.
That's right. That's right. If they would accept a 2-year agreement, year two, a 7% cap.
Okay. So your motion is to direct staff to reach out to them, see if they'll agree to that, and if they would, essentially bring you all back in agreement to.
That's right. Because what I'm saying is, it's not an idea of just reaching out to them. I want my colleagues to know that if they said no, there will be no cap in the first 2 years. If they are able to allow the 7% cap in year two, that we actually sign and get a 2-year contract.
Can we have a debate?
Yes.
Mr. City Attorney, I'll leave it to you.
I'm sorry. Was there a question? My apologies.
I just heard you talking to the city managers. Just
Oh,
wondering that you
I
were-
think the manager was asking for a clarification on what would happen in year one. What are we agreeable to in year one?
Well, year one, what I'm saying is that there is no cap. Okay. But year two is where we would be able to have a cap implemented. So in essence,
Percent.
that's right. 7% cap.
And that's
So-
police and fire?
Police and fire.
So an uncapped year one
Well,
and a 7% cap in year two?
yes. And what I'm saying, Mayor, here is that their offer is nothing. Okay. See, here's the thing. Mr. Nolan got up and he said, have those meetings in the fire station. You don't want to take him up on that offer. You really don't, because we really become exposed at that point. And he's 100% right, because there is just so much that we would have to be concerned with the physical infrastructure to be put in place to actually do what a lot of people are calling me to do. Take back our fire department and our police department. We don't have the means to do that, nor do we have the infrastructure to put that in place administratively or physically. So it behooves us if we were to sign a 2-year deal, at least for the 2 years, we can begin to explore some things, because we'll have some numbers, and we can begin to look at, what it would really cost. And maybe it's the direction at that point to start to look at pursuing getting your fire department and your police department back. Okay.
Excuse me, Commissioner Plout, you had your light on first, followed by Commissioner Shinesky and then Hudak.
I'm dubious of this for one reason and one reason only, maybe a few reasons. But we already had a contract with a 5% cap. And he canceled the contract. So I just don't trust the situation that he's already given us two offers that aren't any good. He's already canceled the contract. I don't see him. I mean, he's already canceled the contract and wants us to ignore the 5%. So why isn't that going to happen again? That's all. It's the only way I can formulate my thought process right now on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shinetsky, you're next.
With all due respect, a letter was sent out and it's been in all the media that BSO said, all right, it was fulfilled, the 5% in the budget of the 2025 budget. We're willing to take away the transition period of October 1 and let it go to the full contract of March 31st, 2026. So they actually outreach to that. So to keep harping on old news, because they're willing to extend that olive branch, it will give us time. I like what Ben is saying, and let me tell you why. Out of all of us, Ben is a lifetime resident of Deerfield Beach. Ben was here in the city in 1990 when we had the argument about going to BSO police. He was here in 2011 when we had the debate about going to BSO fire. Ben was in the fire department. Ben was a worker in the fire department. Ben was in the union. So, and he's a commissioner. He has probably out of every one of us, the most experience, the most knowledge, and he knows how it'll affect the residents. He's been a lifetime resident of District 2. So he's giving us an opportunity to give a little breathing room. And Pompano Beach, which is a bigger city than Deerfield Beach, is asking also for that breathing room. That's why they signed a 1-year extension, as well as doing the studies, so we can do both. I think we shouldn't shut any doors. I think if they're offering an olive branch, I think this is a good idea. Let's see what BSO says. I think there's a good chance that they may accept this. Will give us room, give us breathing room. We can still do the studies. And then down the road, we could always look at other alternatives, whether merging with Pompano Beach, if that's feasible, or going our own way. So I think this is a good path, and I think we should take it. And I second his motion.
Commissioner Hudak.
So you want this contract to start April 2026. So what are we supposed to pay now? We had a contract of a 5% max. And they upped it 10% for police and 11% for fire. So you want to forget about that contract and just go to 11% now for police or for fire and 10% for police? That's what you're proposing?
No, Commissioner, we don't have a contract now. We're
Correct. So what do
okay,
we
okay.
do? So what do we pay now?
Okay, we're paying actual costs now, whatever that may mean as far as business terms are. What I'm saying, Commissioner, it would be better for our residents to have something that a little bit more solid in being in a kind of an area that we really don't know. What is actual cost? We don't really know what that is.
We're about to
Okay.
find out.
We're about to find out, but just to give us some room to be able to adjust a little bit better. 2 years, 2 year,
2 years.
yeah, but 2 years of
Actual
uncertainty.
cost.
We don't know what that means. If we was to actually enter into a contract, we're basically able to reestablish some continuity and give us a solid foundation, at least for 2 years. And in that 2-year period, the city manager staff can look into whatever alternatives that may be there. So I'm just saying that I just think that it is the right thing to do to give the residents some form of stability, to let them know that, and other cities are doing something similar. People are entering into a contract and it's for a short period of time. I'm not saying buy into fully. It may be the right thing to do at some point to pursue getting our own fire department and our own police department, but now is not the time. So if we could now put in place right now a 2-year contract, it's 2 years, and then after that 2-year contract, we can make some decisions about where we want to go.
So you want to pay actual costs now until April of 2026, And then you're gonna have an uncapped cost for the next year.
Mhm.
So how is anybody know what the cost is going to be?
Okay, so you have the uncapped cost.
Correct.
In year one.
Which is
But-
basically
okay.
what we're paying now.
the way that we got here was basically saying that the sheriff department was unwilling to negotiate. So he comes back and his proposal is, 5 year, but 2 years, the first 2 years is uncapped.
Well,
there's
no, let's start with how we got here. Okay, the contract that just expired, that you and I and the mayor approved in 2021
Mhm.
had 5% caps,
That's right.
okay?
Mhm.
May 1st of this previous year, VSO came back and said, no, the 5% cap is not good for us anymore.
Mhm.
So we're going with 10% cap and 11% cap. And we said, no, we have a contract. Their response was, we're terminating your contract.
Mhm.
But we'll come back. And then they decided, okay, well, we're gonna come back. Fire, we're not touching. 11%, that's what it is. You maybe you can get some money from Coconut Creek, maybe you can get some money from Hillsborough, but it's 11%. Good luck with that. But on police, we're gonna be very nice guys. You're already on the hook for $5 million. And we're telling you that you need to be on the hook for $10 million. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna knock that $10 million down by $900,000 because we're nice guys. But you know what? If you don't like that, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll cut your staff by 8 people, and that'll get you close to your $5 million. So as opposed to having 152 people and your 5% cap, what we're gonna do is you can either have your 152 people and it's gonna cost you 9.2 million as opposed to 5 million, or we'll give you 144 people because we can't hire them anyway. And you can get your $5 million.
Commissioner,
That's how it went down.
Yes, there is no question. The things that you're saying are valid. We did not cause this fight. In the mayor, what the mayor said, we got into this not of our own doing, but we're still in a position to what becomes the right thing. What do we do? What do we do? We're right now sailing in uncharted waters.
Yep.
Okay, that's not good. We can have some measure of stability by signing a contract, even though we did not create this chaos.
Okay.
We didn't create it, but it becomes a good thing to be able to say, let's give ourselves some measure of stability as we began to put things together. There's a lot of pressure on the city manager, and I think that the direction shouldn't come from him. It should come from us. Okay. And so therefore, we should say to him, go and this is what the commission wants. Even if you're saying that we don't have a contract, we should come up with something and propose it and say, hey, this is what we want. Either they're going to say yes or they're going to say no. But so that's what I'm saying.
They comply with the contract that we signed in 2021.
Okay, listen, like I said, it would be the right thing to do to comply with that.
Right.
Okay, that didn't happen. So I can't just look at that. I have to say, hey, that was wrong, that happened.
Right.
But what then becomes the better thought process to be able to have the residents protected and to make sure that we have some stability when it comes to life safety? Because if we were to right now today enter into a challenge, the ultimate challenge of taking our fire department back.
I'm not saying we're doing that.
Okay, but not tonight. But the point is that that's what people are asking us to do. That's why we're in actual cost, because we're in limbo, so to speak.
Right, we're in transition period.
Okay, and so a lot of people would believe that the city manager is the main cog in it, and it's not. The leadership, this commission ought to be able to say what we want. If we want to say what you're saying, go back to and honor the 5%, then we ought to say that and send him with that and make that proposal.
That's been our stance since.
And that's right. And that hasn't happened.
So it's up to us to say, okay, fine, we give in, you know what? do whatever we
No,
want.
no, that's
We're
not
gonna
giving
have
in.
Uncapped, well, it is because you're saying, okay, fine, you know what? We're gonna pay 10% and 11% here. And for the next year and a half, it's gonna be uncapped. So the residents have no idea what the cost is gonna be. And then in year two, we're gonna say a 7% cap.
Well,
And then what happens in year two when he comes back and says, no, it's gonna be a 10% cap?
okay, in that
And
no,
then we say, no, we're not gonna accept it because we have a contract for 7%. And then he says, fine, we're terminating your contract.
Okay.
So we're in the same boat that we were.
well, it's not quite like that, Commissioner, because with him having no cap in that first year, we're proposing a 7, he can't just do exactly what he wants. Is that right, Mr. City? There are guardrails that are there. Is that right?
With respect to the transition period? Yes.
No, he's saying
Oh.
if
He's
there's
saying
an
if we enter the
uncapped contract, there are guardrails. Yeah, we could say, fine, we terminate the contract.
Well, it depends on the language of the contract, which is why, I was trying to get an understanding of what I'd be negotiating, and regardless, my understanding of your direction would be to have this discussion with BSO. If they're amenable, negotiate a contract consistent with that discussion and bring it back to you for your future vote.
Correct.
That's my understanding of it. So ultimately, I don't want to speak to guardrails that may or may not be in there yet because we haven't negotiated.
Well, when the guardrails that I mentioned is that when there is no cap, can he just go as much as he want to, Mr. City Manager?
If
No.
I mean, if there's no cap, there's no cap. Now, he may give you a consideration letter that has a number, like has been previously provided, and that could be the number. But again, I don't want to speak to language in a contract that's not before you yet, that I haven't, negotiated. I don't want to speculate on what may or may not be in there.
I have no. First of all, I think we should still be in negotiations with BSO. I don't think anybody has said stop negotiation just because we're in the transition period. So those negotiations can still go on.
Well, yeah, but it hasn't happened because we're right now okay, so,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, we're in the transition period. We're here, he's there. We can still negotiate. They come back and say, you know what? Hey, our bad, you know what? We're gonna live up to the 5% contract that we had before. And in, our next contract, we can't do the 5%, but we'll do 7 and 7. Okay, hey. I don't see why the negotiations have stopped. I mean, nobody has said, don't talk to the sheriff, don't talk to BSO. The doors are always been open.
They have.
Right.
Yeah. So what I'm just saying
Let
that
them talk. If they bring us a proposal, we'll listen to it.
well, they haven't, bro. Then that's why we're in the position that we're in. And I'm saying that we should be the ones to make a move to say, hey, here's what we're proposing. And if you want more in that, let's do that. Let's make a proposal to them that this commission can live with, but a proposal coming from this commission, taking the direction and saying, here's what we want to see.
They're providing us a service and we are open to negotiations. I personally have, and I don't know if anybody else in this diocese has said it, but I personally am very open to any negotiations. And I was under the understanding that those negotiations can go up until, I don't know, the end of the transition period.
Yep. Excuse me.
Commissioner Shinetsky,
So I think.
followed
we're
by
in the
Commissioner
same
Plow.
boat. Oh, I'm sorry. I just think what you're proposing is it's something that we've already been in. From when they gave us the termination letter, the 90-day termination letter, we've been negotiating. We've been negotiating the current contract. That negotiations failed to produce fruit. But just because we're in the termination period shouldn't mean that those negotiations for a 35-year relationship should end.
Exactly. And so if that's continue on, I'm making a proposal. Exactly.
Right.
This is just what I'm saying. It should never stop. So this is actually a proposal, making your point.
I don't know that I want a proposal with.
No,
an
you can say
uncapped-
that. You can say that, but it's a proposal.
I think,
I
you know
think,
what? Let them come back and do their numbers.
could you live with this? Is that if we propose, okay, in that first year where there's no cap?
You know what? I'm not gonna make negotiations up here. I'm really not. These things have been going on for 6 months now. I am open if they come back to the city manager and say, hey, this is what we can do, let him present it to us. And if it's something that, is amenable, then. we
But
vote
what's
on it.
wrong with us being able to present something to it in negotiation?
Because
That's how,
I don't know their costs. I don't know, what they
that
need.
you can trust that cost is what you're saying.
I don't know their costs. You're right. I don't know their costs. And I also know that I was in a relationship with an entity that decided to violate the contract. So yeah, you can have a contract that has no cap and then they can't violate it. That's cool for them. But is that cool for our residents who pay? Who next year when we come back and say, you know what, this millage rate is gonna be XYZ because police and fire last year, this year is 79, but now it's gone up to 100 because there's no cap. And we can terminate the agreement if you want, and then we're right where we are now. So we might as well do this study while we're doing these.
Exactly. Do the study.
Right.
But in the meantime, while that study is, and we're compiling that information, why not have some form of a contract, 2-year contract that allows us the ability to be able to take that information that we're going to get from a study and then to make some hard decisions from there.
I don't think anybody has turned away any negotiations. I know I haven't.
Okay, we're gonna move on to Commissioner Shinetsky, followed by Commissioner Plout.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to apologize if I'm repeating myself again. My two ex-girlfriends, they always said to me, I repeat myself too much. All right, so I apologize. I'm gonna read verbatim. This was on September 16th when the BSO spokesman met with the city attorney and the city manager. Basically, they offered a letter and they said, this is what we would like to do. I'm gonna read it verbatim. It says BSO letter contemplates BSO rescinding BSO's prior correspondence, terminating the city's agreement with BSO for police and fire services that was set to expire on 3/31 of 2026. BSO's proposal to proceed for 6-month period of October 1, 2025 through March 31st, 2026 under the BSO contract with consideration. If BSO rescinds the termination of the existing provision of the BSO contracts, including the 5% cap increases would apply. Unless city agrees to waive or modify the 5% cap in the existing BSO contract. In other words, they presented it to the city manager and the city attorney saying, all right, we will keep with the contract, the 5% cap till the end of this contract in March 31st of 2026. So in answer to Hudak and Commissioner Plout, they did say, all right, we'll go back. Everything is satisfied. Let's go to the end of the contract. I like what Commissioner Preston is saying because at least he's being proactive. He's giving an option. There'll be dialogue, there'll be negotiation, and let's see what they'll say. This will at least give us 6 months time, and we can still do the study. We can still get all the figures, and we can still have community meetings, just like Pompano Beach is doing. It'll give us time. So again, that offer was made by BSO we'll pull back on the transition period. The clock will be stopped, and we can go till March 31st. Gives us 6 months. So I'm in favor of what Commissioner Preston is saying, and I'd like to second the motion.
You already did. Commissioner Plout?
Doing it again.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to point out one point of clarification. As I understood that letter, going back under the contract until March 31, 2026, they were looking for modified consideration. As I understood it, they would go back under the 6 months under either option 1 or option 2 previously presented to you for the police services. My understanding of option 1 and option 2 are that they did still exceed the 5%. So I just wanted to point that out. I think you said that they were going to adhere to the 5%, and I just wanted to point out that wasn't my understanding, at least of the letter and
There's some
discussion.
sort of dialogue that they are willing to at least let
Sure.
this contract go to the end of March 31st of 26. So that's why I think it's excellent that we could give them a proposal. Let's see what they say. We have nothing to lose. At least he'll stop the clock, give us some breathing room. Let us study all the numbers. Let's see what Pompano Beach is going to do. I know the big thing, we want to merge with them. Let's get all the answers out there. That's all I'm asking. So I support what Ben is saying.
Commissioner Plout?
Okay. let's do a little recap here. BSO canceled the contract, wants us to forget about the 5%. They want to go to 11%. Why? Because they want to give a well-deserved raise to the rank and file. So 7% is two more percent. That's not going to give those folks a raise. So I can't even contemplate that he would take that deal. Also, they've already given us an option A and option B, and both of them still put it in the 9 to 10% raise. So this drumbeat's been going on for months now, that the whole reason that they raised us up like this is to give these folks a raise, which they deserve. Okay. I don't think we can pay for the raise by ourselves, but the whole thing is accomplishing a raise for his folks, and that 2% is not going to do it. So I don't want to spend our time and our money spinning our wheels to put together a contract to present to them for 2 more percent. If they're telling us the truth that they watch these commission meetings, then you bring out option C for 7%, and then we'll take a look at it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm really not sure what to say on this, because I mean, I have a bunch of points here, but part of me wants to be fiery and the other part of me wants to be calm, and I'm not sure which one is gonna come out yet. I mean, what I do know is I really hope, Vice Mayor, that this isn't from you, that somebody put this idea in your head, because this doesn't sound like the Vice Mayor Preston I know. This doesn't sound like you to put this item at the end of a meeting, not advertised, where there's going to be minimal to no public comment on it, to surprise the entire city on this. This doesn't sound like this isn't a move that you would pull. This isn't something, this is not the Bush League move that you would do at the end of a meeting like this. You would be more contemplative and put this on a meeting for everyone to do it. So I hope this is not your idea, that the unions or someone spoon fed this to you, because this doesn't sound like this is from you at all. You know, remember, this is a contract vendor of the city. We're not negotiating here from the dais. They give us a contract and then we debate on that. I mean, we don't go to landscaping services contract and say, hey, come in and let's negotiate with you. We don't do it that way. And the whole premise of this argument is that we need more time, but nobody in the city has told me we need more time. No one has said, hey, put the brakes on. There's folks outside the city that are in our ear every day. Yeah, they tell us to put the brakes on, but no one from the city has said, hey, put the brakes on. We need more time on this. I just don't want to reward the sheriff for breaching our contract. It's not going to work. I mean, the idea of an uncapped year one makes no sense to me, because the public is going to have no idea what they're going to pay. The sheriff, I guarantee, will blow that budget in year one. It's like giving your wife a credit card and saying, honey, here for a year is a credit card and there's no cap on it. What the heck do you think she's going to do with that credit card? She's going to hit Macy's and Bloomingdale's to no end. That's what's going to happen if you don't cap that year. And then 7% cap in year two. We have, but what happened to the 5% that we have now? Where's the consideration of that? The residents are paying more because the sheriff breached the contract. Where's the 5% savings they should be having now? We're just giving, where's that? We're just giving that away. So I just don't see the opportunity now at the end of the meeting to give away the farm to the sheriff when no one has said we need the extra time. We just voted on an item for a study to get more information. And now we're saying, well, the hell with that. We don't need that information because we're going to give away a 2-year contract instead. I don't know why we had item number 17 if this was the whole intent the entire time. So let's get the information that we need, all of the information that we need for all of the options. And let's debate that at one particular time. But let's not give away the farm tonight because we need more time when no one has said we need more time. I suppose you're going to respond to me, Vice Mayor.
Absolutely. Well, you said, a couple of things, Mayor. You said that the way that I normally would respond to things. And you hope that did this information come about people being in my ear? And I want to tell you point blank, yes. A lot of people are calling me every day about this. Every day. Yes, people are in my ear. And they're saying to me, Mayor, we don't think you guys have done enough to be able to bring this to some sort of closure. So that's what I'm hearing. And so when we discuss it, go back a couple of items with all the discussion that has been going on and the response that we have got, I felt that it was important to come forward with something. I think unfairly, our city manager takes a beating about what he is doing and about what he isn't doing. So my thought process was to try to bring some sort of balance to something that is very complex in nature. Here's the deal. Whenever we are dealing with something like this, where people are incompatible, that creates in and of itself some measure or even multiple layers of complexity. So that incompatibility leads to complexity that ultimately leads to some measure of conflict. And the conflict is what we're seeing. So the idea of me bringing up what I brought up, Mayor, was just to try to eliminate some measure of conflict so I don't sit idle. Yes, I hear it every day. People are in my ear every day. And I'm surprised that if anybody on this desk can say nobody's calling them, I'm sure you're hearing it. Yeah, so that's why I brought it up. And I'm not afraid sometimes that things don't always, as far as being a politician, things don't always have an order to them that we can say, hey, this is the structure, this is the way that we're going to do them. By politics itself, sometimes you have to make decisions, and sometimes it's a little bit different than the order that you would normally have. Sometimes we have to do things that would affect this city. You have to do it without multiple meetings and all kinds of things. You have to do it sometime on the fly. That's what politics is all about. And so that's why I said what I said, and it was to try to get us going in a direction. I still think that getting the information is the right thing. I'm not saying that even if we were contemplating giving that information, and all that I said was to make a motion to give that information to the sheriff to see what, I didn't say stop the study. We still should acquire as much information as we can. But I think that it would do a lot to say that we made a proposal ourselves to the sheriff, and here is what the response was. That's my feeling. Thank you.
You're welcome, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Plow, did you want to speak again?
Briefly, I just want to say that you have inadvertently put BSO in a very bad position, because this whole thing is all about giving the folks a raise. That's why they need 11%. They can't give them a raise for 2% more, is what my guess is. So if he would agree to that, then he's done a disservice and he's broken his promise to what he's going to do for his people.
Let's see.
So
let's see.
He's not going to do it. Okay.
Let's see.
And well, I don't know. Maybe they've told you that they are. I have to agree with the mayor that I'm surprised that something like this would happen. Well, we've already got 2 proposals from them. We got an A and we got a B. And if they want to give us a proposal for 7% for C, then that's their job. That's not our job. We're in a transition. And that's where we should be right now while we consider our options. That's how I feel.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shanetsky, we are going to have to go to the public because it is a motion. So Commissioner Shanetsky, and then we're going to go to the public comment.
Okay, the Century Village East Stickball group that I had here, there was about 40 people there. Each one of those gentlemen are on the boards in Century Village. A lot of them are association presidents. And when we meet on Saturday, we discuss the issues, and the big issue right now is BSO. And the feedback I get from them, they're saying, number one, they need all the financial information. They need as much information as possible, and they want time to digest this. And when they know we're supposed to be in negotiation. Negotiation is give and take, offer, counter offer, and they want to see that dialogue. They want to say, hey, what's been offered to them? What's a counter offer? And I'm really not able to give them anything because I don't know what our offer is, what's our counter offer as a fire and police. So this is the dialogue I'm getting from the voters who were here today in Century Village East.
Anyone from the public in the commission chamber would like to speak? Now is the time on, that's actually no number on the proposal. Commissioner, excuse me, Commissioner. It's getting late. Mr. Cummings, I mean, maybe, but
Joe Cummings, 267 Oak Ridge Peak. To me, it's clear that the Broward County Sheriff is not an honest broker. He's already broken his contract with us. There is no way we can write another contract with him. And there's a time when all of us get out of our parents' house, and there's an old saying that it's far better to die on our feet than to live on our knees. It's time to stand up. Stand up. You know, Vice Mayor Preston, you and I are probably the only two people left in here that have slept in firehouses. And my first firehouse, the bunk room, was a hayloft with a pole. We were fine. We're never going to be able to fix the firehouses if we live by the sheriff's rules. The sheriff should have negotiated raises with the unions. That's his job. But when you overspend by $35 million and expect the residents of Deerfield Beach to get them out of that hole, stand up, let's live on our feet. And I too am a resident of Century Village. And when we want policing, we have to pay for it. We have to pay officers from Pompano Beach and everywhere else in Broward County on time and a half to come in and do the policing. How much are we going to be saving if we don't have to do that anymore? And we pay our own officers to patrol Century Village.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Anyone else inside the commission chamber like to speak?
Should have sat closer. Thomas Nolan, 406 Southeast 8th Ave. So obviously this is a hot button issue. You know, to answer some of the questions, I've heard a lot of questions. I'd like to give you some answers. Yes, the sheriff is trying to pay his people. Yes. Just like the city of Deerfield Beach did 4 years ago, he did an evergreen study and it showed that we were grossly underpaid. He's trying to fill vacant positions like Commissioner Hudak said. People do not want to come and work in Broward County because they can't afford to live here. I understand you had a contract. I understand that it was terminated on the sheriff's behalf. But I do also understand that every single day we sign contracts with vendors in the city of Deerfield Beach that far exceed what that number was that was bid for a quote. The Pier being one of them, the Southeast 8th Avenue project being one of them. I've never heard one of you commissioners up here or the mayor go after those vendors like you're going after the sheriff because he's asked for an increased cost on his pricing. So I think that we all need to realize this happens every day when your city manager brings a change order to you because it's got to get approved by the commission that we're exceeding what you originally approved, just like a contract. So I don't want anybody to think the only person ever in history was Sheriff Dr. Gregory Tony to come here and ask for more money. He's doing it for his people. He's doing it so you can have the best professional service that the sheriff's officer can provide. And I really wish Rain Man was here to go over numbers with you because he's the person. And if you guys really want a contract, you need to get your city manager, your city attorney in the room with Rain Man and get a contract done. That's it. If there's a contract to be had, have a contract. If the city of Deerfield Beach is parting ways and there's no way to mend this relationship, then just state it. But to go in limbo and not really know what's going to happen and be in transition, and what Vice President or Vice Mayor Preston was saying,
It's
was,
late. It's late.
It's late. And is that you're going on actuals, and actuals is an unlimited cap. So when you have a contract, we keep saying we have no cap. We had a consent number. We had a number. Unlimited is now what you guys are in. You guys are in unlimited phase for 2 years because we don't know what it is. If a fire truck gets totaled on 95, the sheriff's office can send you the bill. $2 million, right? So I understand what he was trying to do, but I really think it may have jogged somebody's thing. One of the commissioners said, we're in transition. Well, is transition no more negotiations? Are we done? If we're done, just state the obvious and make a decision. But to keep saying it's about the raises, it's about this, it's about that. We have vendors every single day in the city of Deerfield Beach that come back on a Tuesday night and say, I misquoted you. I'm sorry. He's trying to do the right thing by his people.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Anyone else? Madam Clerk, who's online?
Jonathan Ojian.
Go ahead, Mr. Ungen, go ahead.
Yes, hello, Jonathan Ungian, 1938 Northeast 6th Street. I was going to stay quiet tonight, but the fact that this discussion and proposal happened under the veil of the night without an ordinance, a resolution, anything like that is just kind of mind-blowing. I negotiate leases pretty much every single day. There is year-over-year annual increases. It covers the cost of my staff and annual increases. It covers insurance and things like that that are going up. I'm just confused how when you agree to a 5% annual increase, that doesn't increase the salaries of officers and rank of file, or does it get stuck in administration? I think that's an important question that's not ever getting asked, as what's the difference between the 5% and the 11%? Where is the money going? You know, I think it is mind-blowing, the idea of an open checkbook. Mr. Mayor, my wife will be at TJ Maxx and Marshall's with that credit card. But it's just pretty mind-blowing that this is what's going to be proposed, that we would just basically continue for the next year and a half and then have a 7% increase based off of that number is crazy. And I do think that looking at the numbers is critical. I think that looking at the numbers is critical for any discussion you're going to have with the community as well. But there is something to say that you're not beholden to a strong arm robber, because I've had those in the form of BSO show up at my door, as you're all aware of, happen on behalf of the city. And I do find it completely unprofessional. The campaign, the PR blitz, the constant Instagrams, all this stuff is just so unprofessional. And you all should be meeting and negotiating and coming to an agreement with BSO if that's what's best behind closed doors. And all parties need to grow up and get this out of the media and make a deal or move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ungen. Madam Clerk, anyone else online?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing on the motion. We have a motion, as I understand it, to direct city attorney and city manager to go to BSO for a 2-year contract, first year uncapped, second year 7% cap. Is that generally right, Mr. City Attorney? I get that right?
That's what I had, with the understanding that if they're amenable to it, we would bring that contract back to you for
Right.
consideration.
Correct. And that motion was by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Shinesky. And now the clerk will call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hudak,
No.
Commissioner Plout,
No.
Commissioner Shinesky,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Preston,
Yes.
Mayor Drosky.
No. Comments by administration and legal.
We are now at comments by administration and legal. No comments from legal tonight.
Just from the comments that Commissioner Plott had made earlier, I just want to reiterate those dates and times that we're having the workshops for the community regarding public safety issues. On Thursday, November 13th, it's at 11 a.m. and 7 p.m., and that is at the West Deerfield Community Center. On Saturday, November 15th, it's at 11 a.m. There's only one meeting on that day, at 11 a.m. here in City Chambers. And then on Monday, November 17th, it's at 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. at the Tigner Center at Oviedo McKeithen.
Thank you.
And that's all.
We are now at comments by mayor and city commission.
We'll start as always with District 1, please. Commissioner Hudak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Regardless of which path the city ultimately takes regarding whether we're going to remain with BSO, bring in law enforcement and or fire in-house, or partner with another municipality, we must address the condition of our police substation and fire stations. When I was first elected in 2019, I proposed options to improve these public safety facilities. But unfortunately, the onset of COVID-19 shifted our priorities. Law enforcement station was built in 1971. It's 54 years old. Fire Station 4, and it's named that because it was the fourth fire station built in Broward County, was built in 1958. It's 67 years old. Fire Station 66 is on Powerline. It was built in 1977. It's 48 years old. Fire Station 75 on the beach was built in 1979. It's 46 years old. I am now requesting that this dais support me in directing staff, the city manager, and the city attorney to explore a bond referendum for the March 2026 ballot, allowing Deerfield Beach residents to decide whether to approve funding to build new public safety facilities. I understand there will be a cost associated with adding this item to our election cycle. However, I believe our informed residents recognize the long-term value and benefit such an investment would bring to our community.
Commissioner, I'm going to jump in if you don't mind. I have been a big proponent of, when I was reelected, I stood there facing this way and said that, and we're no further along. I'm with you. I don't know if the March date works. First, I'm hearing about this, so I would like to hear some feedback from the city manager and the public safety director if that date is available. The thing that concerns me the most, I'm going to give you a real live example, is what Pembroke Pines did. Pembroke Pines did the exact same thing recently, and they rushed it. Like it sounds like we're trying to do here. Pembroke Pines was not able to message properly. They weren't able to get the word out. They weren't able to have enough workshops on it. And it failed miserably because the argument that, it's an increased monetary, more taxes, more government, that argument prevailed big time in Pembroke Pines, and the city got overwhelmed in a tsunami and they weren't able to overcome it. And this is a very important issue, and I think we need to explain it to our residents so that they understand it and they get it. I mean, I'm supportive of it and I want it to go through, but if we were to rush it and March is sooner than you think, if we were to do that, I think it would probably go down in flames. And I would hate for that to happen because when you lose a referendum, you can't just put it back on again. You've got to wait X amount of time to do it again. So if you could maybe, and this is without talking to anybody, just me kind of on the fly here, the November 26th may sound more, because it's an election that's already on the ballot. You'll get an opportunity to do the messaging for it, but I would hate for it to go down in flames in March because we don't have enough time to message it. And Pembroke Pines just went through, they just had a bond referendum and it went down, I think it was like 75-25. It went down really bad. And it was for roads and parks and other things that they needed, just like we need these fire stations, but the residents didn't have anything to do with it. They just saw more money, more government, more interference, and it went down. And that would be my big concern with March.
Here's my concern. Right now, the iron is hot with regards to police and fire. And if we are considering bringing this in-house, we've already heard from people who have lived in these places how deplorable these working conditions are. So to even try to attract people to work in our city with the condition of these stations, I think are going to be next to impossible. Or you're going to get them to get here for a year and then they're going to go somewhere else. Because I've been to other cities and I've seen the condition of their stations and they're immaculate. And if I had a choice to work, you know, in Deerfield Beach or Coconut Creek, I'd be in Coconut Creek, or Margate, I'd be in Margate, and any of the other surrounding cities. And right now, we have been promising this for a long time to our police and fire and to our residents, and we have done nothing with it as a city. I understand the cost situation. I understand the messaging, but right now it's a hot topic. And I think that with all of the messaging that we're already putting out on this subject, that this is actually the right time to do it. You know, when you hit November, again, you're at the end of the ballot, and there are, you know, you've got your ads going out for everything under the sun. And I just think that's when it's going to fall on deaf ears. And this will be the only thing on our ballot. And I think it's important enough. That's just my opinion on it. But I'll definitely defer to the city attorney and the city manager for their opinions.
I mean, I just know, Mr. City Attorney, before you jump in, or City Manager, I'm sorry. I mean, I know there's a lot that goes in. You just can't say, hey, I want to build a fire station. I mean, you've got to come up with a number. I mean, there's a lot of technology. There's a lot of new technology that
Yes,
goes
there is.
into these, and to be able to come up with that number. Because remember, to go for March, it's got to be on in January. So we're talking about basically
Right.
2 months
I,
that we're
I,
going to have to basically engineer every one of these single fire stations and come up with a number on it. And if it's on the ballot by itself, I mean, there are folks out there that will fight against this, and I would hate for this to go down in flames. And mark my words, it will go down in no pun intended. On such short notice. I mean, we just saw a live example of this, and I've been wanting this for so long, only to lose it. That's my really big concern. I'm behind it, but I just don't know.
I want to hear
March is the
city
secret
attorney and
sauce.
city manager, their opinions.
What I would like to propose, if possible, is I can have staff come up with a list of pros and cons of some considerations and other factors that may impact, so that all of the commission can have that information to sort of weigh in and make a decision about what might be more appropriate. If that's helpful, I can have staff compile a list of that sort.
Can that be done by November?
October 21st, next commission meeting?
We can try for that.
No, you can do it.
That's tight, but definitely by November.
And Anthony, your thoughts? Mr. City Attorney.
I could put an ordinance together to, that would effectively get it on the ballot, but obviously we need the information for the content of that ordinance, exactly what we're approving, the numbers, et cetera. So
And
it's ultimately up
maybe
to
we
you all.
can have this part of that workshop that's coming up. I don't know. Just to see what the residents' temperature is. I mean, it's going to be $100 million bond. I mean, let's be realistic. That's what it's going to be. You're talking 4 fire stations and the police substation. They're $20 million a piece when you're all done with it. That's really the number we're looking at. And so if we think, we do these workshops, if the temperature is right, we do it. If not, we delay it. I mean, I have no problems with, but I think we need to, it's time. It's time that we've got to figure out what we're doing with these things.
Our city managers, I think you have direction to.
If that would please the
If by
commission,
next
I'd do
meeting,
that.
I mean, if you can do it by next meeting and give us the information, that would be preferable.
Yeah.
But if you need an extra meeting, then reach out to us and let us know.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. No more comments.
Commission, okay, so, Commissioner Shinetsky needed to step out for a minute. So, Commissioner Plout, District 4.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Just want to commend the BSO program called Sheriff House Watch. I went out of town for a week. I had a high school reunion. Yeah, there were a few of us still alive, and it was a small crowd, But the great thing is I got to see my brother and my nieces and nephews and his wife, and it was a family reunion more than that. But it was a good coordination. But you know what? I got a Ring camera, and it would go off just so routinely at 8, o'clock or 11 o'clock in the morning, and then maybe 1 or 2 or 3 o'clock at night. And I would look, and there is a sheriff, and he's got a flashlight in my window, and he's checking my front door. And it was wonderful service, and I suggest to everyone to have that done for a peace of mind when you're out of town. Maybe you have an alarm or whatever, but my neighbors were calling me and asking me if everything was okay, and I said, yeah, everything's fine. But I think it's a great service. I love the rank and file, and I love that service. It's called Sheriff House Watch. So you can call them at 954-480-4300 or go to Frontline, P as in Paul, SS.com and get an application. And I suggest it. I'm very proud to represent our city at the Florida League of Cities. I'll be going out of town 2 weekends in a row, starting next weekend, to be on a policy committee for tax and finance. Very interesting to see the cities get together and finalize what our state is going to do in Tallahassee when it comes to taxes and propositions. And like the mayor likes to say, the elephant in the room is the consideration and the discussions that are going on with right now with maybe eliminating property tax. And so this next meeting that we're going to have, and we're having 3, so this is the second one, we're going to narrow down what we're going to ask them to talk about. And of course, when we vote on that and decide that, they will have their lobbyists go to Tallahassee and lobby in our favor. And there's a lot of positives and negatives about whether they get rid of property tax or not. And tonight is not the time to go into that, but I'm proud to represent our city, and I promise you that I'll do the best that I can. Also Saturday, don't go out of town. We got the time capsule that's going to get buried. If you haven't signed our guest book yet to be in that time capsule, it's still available down at the Pier Bait House through Friday. And we've got the Fall Festival at Pioneer Park. There's a lot of things going on Saturday. There's a lot of things that go on in this city that are fun, positive things. So put it on your calendar to do the things in the city and enjoy our pier. Also, the entire pier is open from one end to the other. I went there the other day, and once again, and I just love it. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Shinetsky, District 3.
Yes, sure. First of all, I just want to tag on one thing, what Mike had said in terms of our fire stations. I outreached again to our federal lobbyists, and he said, because we're having on Southwest 10th Street, the I-95 Turnpike project, which will be commencing next year, then maybe we could look to Broward County government as well as the state government to maybe contribute some money, especially for Fire Station 66, because that's going to be right where that area is on Southwest 10th Street. So maybe we could also look to our state and our Broward County to see if they would contribute some money also, especially for Fire Station 66 on Power Line. District 3 is doing great. In Century Village, I want to give kudos and a shout out to our staff. Did a great job, and let me tell you why. There was an inoperable car in Century Village right near where the main gate is, right on the main roadway, that for several years, it was in Berkshire B, was an eyesore. 10 years, all right, Bill, 10 years, an eyesore, rusting, vermin in there with 3 flat tires, and it's disgusting. Century Village East putting all this time and effort and money to beautifying, and then right by the entrance is this disgusting vehicle. And they would, he had it, he had a permit for it. He had, all the certification, license, everything, registration. Well, what happened was a great staff, code enforcement, Roy Davis, had his people go out there, and it's inoperable. So hit him with a code enforcement fine. And Master Management in Century Village had said, all right, at least put a canvas over it. And he was ignoring. So this ugly eyesore for 10 years, because of the efforts of code enforcement, our staff, They basically find him and voila, he put in a canvas and he's going to have to fix up that car or move it. So after 10 years, there's finally action because of our staff. So I want to say thank you very, very much. Great work. Also, right outside of Century Village, and we're going to be discussing it, I think, at the next commission meeting, a potential farmer's market right outside Century Village East, which is Western Deerfield Beach, District 4, District 3, and maybe a little bit distance with a District 2. It's a great area for West Deerfield Beach to have a farmer's market. So we're very excited about that. It will be on the corner of Hillsborough and Military Trail. It's called Trailblazers Plaza. And it's a crossroads. It's a very busy crossroads. And there's a lot of residents, not only Century Village East, but also Deer Creek, Deer Run. There's so many residents that would be able to go to that farmer's market. It would be very, very successful. So we're very excited. When I let Century Village know about this, they said, you know what? We're going to have a transportation bus to take residents from Century Village to go to that farmer's market on Saturday and Sunday. So really looking forward to that. That's in District 3. It's a year from now, October 24th of 2026. There's going to be a Brazilian festival. City manager told me about it in Quiet Waters Park. First time there'll be a Brazilian festival for our Brazilian neighbors and for all the other residents to see what our Brazilian community is all about. It's going to be October 24th, 2026 at Quiet Waters Park, a Brazilian festival. First time they're having it there. So very, very excited about that. In terms of Crystal Lake, my other large community, I had a great meeting with Greg Warner and a consultant. We're looking at a 15-year master park plan, basically to take all the parks in Deerfield Beach and have a 15-year plan of what we can do with it. Well, in Crystal Lake, there's an abandoned golf course. It's been abandoned since 2005. It's called Tam O'Shanter. Beautiful piece of land. It's just laying there abandoned. And it's a shame. So when I spoke to the consultant and also Greg Warner, I said, you know, there's so much potential. We can make a great park out of it. We could make a bike trail. We can make a walking trail. We could have a playground. We could even have a dog park. So they're going to start to do a study on that and present it to the commission. And there's going to be community meetings for Crystal Lake. So they're very excited about that. I think that'd be a wonderful legacy for, you know, future of Deerfield Beach to have that park and where Tam O'Shanter Golf Course is. In the Meadows, the next big community, on October 13th, Monday, Commander Adam Hofstein will be doing an anti-scam fraud presentation. In the Meadows, there's a lot of 55 and old. It's all 55 and older community, about 400 townhouses, and they're susceptible to fraud. So he's going to have a presentation. We already had it in Century Village and also in Crystal Lake. So much information. So I'm very happy. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be October 13th at the Meadows. I also want to give kudos to the Broward County Public Schools. They were named the academically high-performing school district by the Florida State Board of Education. Now, out of all our schools, we have Deerfield Beach Elementary, we have Deerfield Beach Middle, we have Deerfield Beach Park Ridge, we have Quiet Waters Elementary, we have Tedder, and we also have Deerfield Beach High. Only Deerfield Beach High rose from 2024 C average to an A. All the other schools that I mentioned, they stayed the same from 24 to 25, basically CC, CC, BB, CC, BB, CC. So I want to congratulate Broward County Public Schools. I want to congratulate Deerfield Beach High School from going from a C to an A, but I also want to put on notice, and we have to keep vigilant. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those 6 other schools in Deerfield Beach, no improvement at all. I know a few years ago, then Commissioner Drosky had spotlighted our schools and said, hey, there has to be more improvement. So I just want to bring that out. We have to keep vigilant. That's why I'm so happy we have my new person on the Deerfield Beach Education Advisory. And finally, I want to welcome Michelle Kaba. She hit the ground running. She's our new Director of Economic Development. But I want to say to her, and I've spoken to her about it, that instead of having a Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce, where Deerfield Beach is a part of. Let's go back to having our own Deerfield Beach Chamber of Commerce. This way will make our commercial businesses stronger in Deerfield Beach. It'll be a spokesman. So I hope we can go forward with the Deerfield Beach Chamber of Commerce, and Michelle Kaba will be helping with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Shinetsky. Vice Mayor, District 2, Vice Mayor Preston.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, starting from my right, going all the way down to the end of this dais, and this statement encompasses many of the people that come to this meeting, people that are patriotic. Commissioner Hudak served and you know, he's always been a very patriotic, but that's not just for him. Everybody up here has been. So Ms. Berner got it wrong when she said about 9/11, but she was right in observation. I don't know if you guys remember, I brought that up at the you know, the last meeting. So Ms. Berner, you got it wrong. The people here do care. I like to see us actually have a commemoration, just like we do on Veterans Day and you know, Memorial Day. We ought to do something for 9/11, is without a doubt. So I'm gonna say that for the second time, that we need to do that. Now, the flag being lowered, that the city doesn't have the ability to do that for a multiplicity of reasons. You just can't lower it. And if you was to give the city manager's office a call, I'm sure he'll be able to explain the details to you. But your concern did not fall on deaf ears. The gentlemen that sit up here are very patriotic. They are, okay? And I've seen them in more than just this position. So, Mr. City Manager, when can I expect something coming forward with that?
With regard to the 9/11, we have that already for this fiscal year. So in fiscal year 26.
Okay, will it be just an advising the commission, or will that be on the agenda? Because what I'm looking for is actual day of commemoration, just like I said,
It'll be just like any special event. It'll be a special event like we do for Memorial Day or Veterans Day as well. And with regard to the flag on City Hall, we're still trying to explore. I don't think we got back a quote yet, right, on the electronic solution. We know it's going to be expensive to do that, but we're looking at that solution to have an electronic mechanism put in place. It's extremely dangerous for people to go up there, and the only you know, that is a tower as well. So there are contract service providers that have access to that, but for our staff,
yes,
it's different.
And I understand that. So thank you. I'd like to thank my colleagues for coming out last Friday for South Florida Bible College, their 40-year gala. It was extraordinary. It was very successful. And the city was well represented, and they had some very, very nice things. They are really reaching out to us in all kinds of ways and wanting to partner with us. And I think it's important that we help grow something that's very, very big. For 40 years, they've been around in the city of Deerfield Beach, and they told me their enrollment is at capacity. So you know what that means? It's just going to grow even more, you know. So we should really be there to help them. This month is Hispanic Heritage Month, and we need to really recognize that. You know what we often do? If there is a recognition, if it has to do with a minority group, whether Hispanics, Blacks, or whatever, Jewish, that sort of thing, it's kind of, the information is filtered that way, and it shouldn't be. All of us should embrace the Hispanic Heritage Month. We ought to embrace those events that celebrate the Jewish heritage, Black heritage. That's who America is. That's who we are. Different than anywhere else in the world. So just keep in mind the Hispanic Heritage Month this month is very important. Okay. Palms of Deerfield is having a breakfast this Saturday. It's $7 a plate over there, and that's going to start, I want to say 7 a.m. Do anybody have the time on that? 10. Oh. Okay, it won't be at 7. Okay. Okay, 10 a.m. All right. A little brunch, but okay. All right. $7 a plate. Please come out. And I want to tell you, I've been getting multiple compliments on our pier. There's some things that needs to be addressed, but boy, let me tell you, and Commissioner Hudak, I have told many people that the reason that you can walk on that pier right now and just fish and enjoy yourself was because of your effort. You brought that forward to this commission. I think that was a great thing. It's really working out. You need to be commended for that. That's really good. But the pier is clean. It looks good. But I've been told about a couple things that I just have not had a chance to go over there and look at. And but I will. The other thing that I want to say to my colleagues, we're all passionate about, what stance we take and the issues that are in front of us. So I am gracious and honored and humbled by the platform for debate. It's important that we debate the issues, that we challenge each other with the issues, that ultimately, that when we walk away, we do the right thing for the public, for the people. Because, when we decided to run for office, I don't think there can be but only one right answer, and that is to make a difference for those people who would expect for you to represent them. And that's really what this is about. So we had some very heated debate tonight. I think it's good. It's very healthy. I appreciate that with my colleagues. And with that, that's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There are a couple other events that I want everyone to know about. This Saturday is a busy day. In addition to the time capsule at 2:45 and the Fall Festival from 4 to 8. This Saturday also from 8 a.m. till noon is the dune planting over on the beach. That is sponsored by JM Family, so their associates will be out there helping plant seedlings on the beach. In addition, from 10 to 12, so as soon as you're done with your breakfast at the Palms, rush over to the Peggy Nolan Aquatics Complex because that is the floating pumpkin patch in celebration of Halloween. That is from 10 to noon. And also this Thursday from October 9 at Braithwaite from 11 to 2, they're going to be doing cape decorating, and that's in advance of the Super Reader book event on October 24 here in the city. And in case if you don't know, on October 24, there's only one school in all of Broward County that's been selected for a Super Reader event where a book is read to the classes at the Deerfield Beach Elementary School. So our elementary school is the only school in the entire county that was selected for this event. That will be on October 24th from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. And you're more than willing to volunteer to go into the classroom and to read the book to the children. But the Super Reader, as it may sound, the Super Reader, the superhero effect to it, they make capes. They give capes to the children in the classes that you're reading the books to, and they're decorating and making the capes this Thursday, October 9 at the Braithwaite Center from 11 to 2. So if you're able to volunteer, I know they would love to have it because they make a couple hundred of these capes that they give out to the children for free, along with the book, and then they have the reading on October 24. So if you're able to do that, we'd love you to participate at either of those, either the decorating or the reading event on October 9 and October 24. With respect to the rest of my comments, I'm going to scrap those. I just put a big X through it because Vice Mayor Preston, you just said that you're humbled for the platform of debate up here. And I agree with you 100%. So when we were talking about the BSO contract earlier, I told you at the very beginning, well, not you, but all of us, you plural, that, there was either going to be the fiery Todd or the unknown Todd. And I think it was kind of a mix that kind of came out because it wasn't on the agenda and I didn't have an opportunity before tonight to prepare my comments. But to the extent that my comments may be construed that you did something wrong or nefarious, or that, Mr. Nolan, I'm looking at you now, to the extent that the unions did something wrong or nefarious, if that came out in my comments or anyway, if anyone construes it that way, please don't. That was not my intent. Everybody has a role in this process. The unions have been nothing but above board, and you're just giving the information from your side, and I understand that. And Commissioner, Vice Mayor, rather, I mean, to imply that anything may have been wrong, that was not my intent. I'm better than that, and so I want to apologize if anyone took that way, that was not the way I wanted it to come out. So I'm apologizing to you, Vice Mayor, and also to the unions if they construed it that way, which was not my intent. But if it did come that way, I want to end the meeting on a high note. So with that, our next meeting is October 21, and we're looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Vice Mayor Preston, seconded by Commissioner Plow. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Done. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, guys.